Should be on. Just let me check, make sure. Sure. Yep, we're here. Hello, people. How's it going? So, it looks as if the last few, the last few videos have caused a wee bit of shit. Let's see if we can get the boat, mate. Hello to everybody who's here. I'm not sure who's there, but Martin, Teen Foilet, Justin Sherwood, Yorkshire Lass Tracy. Well, Validation Boy, I will join you. Send a link to Validation Boy on Hangouts or Skype. I'm just going to post it in here, and anybody that wants to join me can. But I'm going to just talk about a couple of things before I go there. As I say, obviously, you know, the last few videos are causing a bit of shit. You know, and I heard Martin mention it 5 minutes ago about them messing with the fucking view counts and whatever. So that last one, it's been frozen at 176 views, and it's not moved since this morning. So they seem to have a real issue when you want to get to the root of the problem and start sorting things out properly, you know. So as I say, hang on a minute. So last time there was a serious lack of globe believers, you know, or even, you know, people want to talk about flat earth or whatever they think flat earth is, or concave earth. But as I say, you know, I'm going to post a link in the chat. I'll take one at a time, and anybody that wants to make a point, a claim, whatever you like, you can make it, but you need to have proof, and I'm going to question it. So, you know, there's not going to be any fucking about. You know, if you come on and you make a claim, you know, we need to understand exactly what we're talking about here. So for me, you know, if we're going to talk about the globe, you know, or the flat earth or whatever, the shape of the earth, it's natural science, and that's it, right? Testable, measurable, observable. End of story. No excuses, you know, no equations, nothing, right? So what we can see, what we can test, and we can observe, and that's it. End of story. Aye, Martin, they are messing bad with the accounts. You know, it's fucking obvious. And I had a comment from a Jade Roysdov who came saying, you know, it's going to cause discourse and blah, blah, blah. Well, you know, if anybody knows my history, you know, sorting out the discourse has been my whole problem, my whole issue. So there's not going to be any discourse for me. There's not going to be any unfounded claims or any nonsense. I can guarantee you that. So as I say, let's hope we get some of these people through. You know, they continue to come in the comment section once the live things are done, you know, and make their usual pish. But well, I'm just going to go and have a highlight of this. Who was it? Cool Hard Logic. This is just to give you an example. So bear with me. I'll do my best to get to the chat, and if anybody's putting questions there. But, you know, if I say that I'm going to look at the chat, it'd be best if you just stuck your question there when I'm looking at it. You know, as I say, you're free to come on and discuss anything, ask any questions or make any point. So, cool to logic, this is it. So this is an example of some of the shit. Right, and this Splatted account, and if this Splatted account's watching, you're welcome to come on and state your case right now. So he's got in quotes something that I've said, that's the accepted claim, that's where the burden of proof lies, and he's referring to the globe because that's what I'm saying. Now that is the truth. You know, every single one of us was born into that claim. You know, you never came here making claims as a child. That's the claim you were born into. That's what was pushed to you. So, you know, and me, you know, as I say, I believed I lived in a globe. So when I went to prove, you know, see what the proofs were for the globe, there was none. So, you know, if Splatted or any other globe disciple thinks they have proof for their globe, then by all means, you're welcome to come on. But, you know, right here, they fail to understand that the basics of burden of proof, you know, and it lies with the claim. And as I say, the claim is a globe. So that's what he goes on to say here. You're kidding, right? The burden of proof is generally on the claimant, and people do derive authority from experts in their society. When claims become accepted and the reasoning behind them is primarily held in the hands of legitimate experts. So, you know, aye, experts are fine. You know, there's people who can fix cars and, you know, or whatever, something that I don't have a skill in. But at the end of the day, you know, there is actual proof of their endeavours there. But what we're talking about with the globe is fanciful claims, things that we can't test and observe, you know, and claims that are made that are contrary to what we test and observe in reality. So you're talking absolute nonsense. And I highly doubt, you know, Splatted is going to come on, judging by this. So, right, here we go. Have we got, you know, I'm looking at chat just now, have we got any globe believers, any concave earthers, anybody else want to make claims? You know, also in this, you know, we're going to try and get to the root of this shills and who the manipulators and the players are and what their actual end game is in this. So, you know, it's here. You know, I heard before last year that people were complaining that you know, the average person never had a voice to say what they wanted to say. So here's your chance. It's here. You know, I've got a funny feeling this is going to be very short. You know, I highly doubt that anybody's going to come and try and defend a globe or a concave. And I highly doubt that anybody's going to come with any claims to anybody being a shill. Although, you know, a guy, Flat Earth Vancouver, he said he was going to come on, so I can only imagine it's because he's got some claim that he's going to make. We got Hartman in the chat. Martin Connolly, hi Dale, hello. Jonah Worms, hello. This is all just the formalities of hello and whatever else. As I say, you know, it's open to any subject again. You know, it doesn't just need to be these globe believers or whatever, because as I say, they're not going to show up. So, what I'll do is I'll stick the link in just now and open it up to anybody who's want to come on. Fucking thing, man. So it's there. So anybody who wants to come in, just let me know. You're welcome. Magumba, you still go to the spanner, that's fine. They're online 24/7, so they will see this, but just wait till it's done, then hijack the chat. They'll probably, you know, this seems to be the methods that they're using. You know, they try and discourage you by, you know, limiting the view count and all these fucking nonsense things, and the same old rigmarole in the chat, the same copy paste nonsense that we've all heard a million times. You know, it's pretty clear that these people are pushing religious crap now, and it's deliberate. That they're having every opportunity, right? You know, I'm an honest guy. I've seriously searched to try and prove that it's a globe, right? And there's no fucking proof for it. So you're absolutely kidding yourself on if you think there is, right? As I say, bring it on and we'll show you why it's no proof. We got anybody in yet? More, I've got somebody here. Who's this? Hello.
Hey there, Dell. This is Validation Boy.
How's it going, man? How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Hey, I love your show. I love your accent, brother.
Thanks, man. Cheers. How's it going? You got something to say? I take. All right, you're Florida,
yeah.
cool.
Yeah. So, How would you feel about adopting the stance that no one's ever going to know if it's flat or if it's curved or if it's a ball?
How would I feel about adopting that stance? Is that your question? No, well,
Yes.
at the end of the day, you know, as I said at the start, you know, I can only go on natural science, logic, rationale. So the place is covered in water. Okay. You know, water has a definite physical behaviour to it. You know, it does not conform to the exterior of shapes. It can only be contained. It'll only take the form of its container. That's a testable, observable fact of reality that every single person alive can repeat and find the same thing. If anybody can find anything different, then I will change my stance. But until somebody can prove that, no, you know, it's never going to be curved. You know, it has to be a container of some sort.
Okay, so how do you feel about there being a dome overhead?
Well, you know, Peter, it's so loaded, this thing about domes. At the end of the day, I've stated it before. Again, you know, going by what we test and observe, we do live in pressure. So, how do you maintain a pressure? For me, you can only maintain a pressure when you have some sort of sealed unit. As I said it the other night, I don't put limitations on what that could be. You know, there could be, you know, inlet valves, outlet valves. You know, at the end of the day, I'm thinking mechanically, like a construction, like a machine. So, it makes perfect sense to me that it would be a contained unit somehow.
What about a plasmic or magnetic force?
What, that's containing the pressure? You know, again, you know, I'm willing to look at it if it can be tested and observed. You know, right now I don't know what the situation is with that. To me, it's all speculation and hearsay. Again, which is why I feel that, you know, we need the exploration.
Do you think folks are better off just kind of assuming the Earth is flat before assuming it's a globe?
I don't think anybody should be assuming anything. You know, I think that's one of the problems why we're in this mess, because of assumptions. People taking things for granted. So, you know, as I've always said, you know, and it's people are very quick to jump when you mention flat Earth, and you know, people don't have the right to put a version of flat Earth onto me that's their preconception. I've always stated clearly, when I say flat, I know that it has to be able to contain the water. So it could be that we're inside a sphere, we're inside a bowl, we could be inside a cube, you know, any of these things, but no living in the inside walls of it. You know, I think that's preposterous. And again, that's based purely on observable, testable reality. So
I'll get out of your way if you'd like.
no, you're all right, man. If you've got something else to say, just say it. You know.
No, I'd just like to speak with you again sometime. That's all. And I'll let you go now.
Any time, man. Just give me a shout.
Okay. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yes. Thanks to Validation Boy for coming on there. See, this is one of the things that I see happening now. Is this whole, you know, will we ever know? It's this bewildering thing again, you know, trying to keep you in a state of, oh, we just might never know. You know, that's fucking nonsense. You have these gifts of, you know, question and reasoning and exploration, you know, to think that, you know, you're never going to find out, or we could never explore to find out. You know, as I say, you know, if we get to the outer reaches and there's something that we can't penetrate and we can't go beyond, then you know, I'll accept that. But you know, as I've said it before, it's a construction. For me, a construction happens in a larger environment, so that the chances are that there's a larger environment beyond us. Brandon Cook, hi there. Were you aware of the pyramid outside Edinburgh? No, I certainly was not. It depends what you're meaning. I might, you know, I might know what you're talking about once you see it. But and listen, again, I'm sorry about this chat, but I'm going to be a wee far up here, and you know, there's going to be so much going on underneath. So, where are we? Tracy, Yorkshire last Tracy, definitely fat, but can someone confirm my belief about the stars that people on the globe see in the south? I say where we are on the plane would get a different view of constellations. This thing about the stars, it's not something that I look into a lot. But at the end of the day, the sky, anything that goes on in the sky is getting, doesn't prove the shape of the earth that we're upon. There's nothing measurable about looking at the sky in regards to the earth that we're on. So, still no globe believer willing to come. Joan of Worms 2, don't assume. Constructs that have been given to us are breaking down. Yes, they sure are. And that's that, pretty much all. It's a construct. Because until we know where we are, until we know who we are and what, this whole thing's about, we're just clutching at straws. People are just trying to make the best of their illusions. That's all we have here is illusions. And don't let anybody tell you any different. Until we have the objective truth, everything's a fucking, imagination. Orphan Red, that's kind of like saying you'll never know if there's an invisible Santa in your room. The globe model is far from unlikely in the flat model, so to adopt it as a default is silly. Yeah. So, shouldn't be adopting anything, no beliefs. It's time for that to end. Clean brothers and sisters, Dale is cool. I take it there's something happening in here. The link's there if anybody wants to come in. Search Google Earth EH33 1LG and look around. The Pyramidium is missing, of course. I'll have a look later on, man. Cheers. Orphan Red, not today. Sorry, I was on last time. It's people can come on if they want. If people have got something valid to say, then I'm up for that. I try and encourage, as many people as I possibly can to come on. As I say before, people were complaining that they never had a platform or a voice to air their concerns or whatever. So, but it's always the same. You have for all this time with these accusations, and claims and tactics by the Globe disciples. Yeah, when the platform's there, they run a mile. And it says a lot. So it's about time they just let go of this fucking crap. Well, Gem Panda, why bother? You have already admitted you don't know anything. See, Gem Panda's here and he's just trying emotional slants on things, playing low-level games, because this is all religious people have. They can't come on and have a discussion because they're here defending religious crap. Gem Panda, the links in the chat box, come and make your claims. If you don't, then you should just go away with your tail between your legs. The game's over. People, you lot out there who are messing with fucking YouTube or whatever, the game's over. You know that it's not going to go away, right? And as I said before, way back, if there was any honour in it, then you would have just fucking put us in the know, right? Instead of all this, and I said I was just going to keep being a pain in the fucking ass. So, fuckies, right? Manipulating and telling fucking lies. It's not happening anymore. The real people who listen to this, this is the stuff that needs to go. We just need to understand this and how this burden of proof works. Natural science, logic, reasoning, and put a stop to these people. The game is over. They know it, right? So these accounts like Gem Panda, are either seriously fucking stupid, or they know the game, because, as I said to the Badger groups, they are probably being used as some sort of fake resistance to make it look as if there's a fight to stop this all coming out. When we know fine well it's coming. right? And I know fine well there's probably a fucking plan to steer it to whatever direction or ends that they want it to go, right? I'm not letting that happen. I can't really, I am at work, right? Whatever, Gem Panda. Just piss off then, right? The opportunity's here. Here's the opportunity to come on and shut me up. Opportunity to come on, shut me up and I'll leave. I'll shut my account down. I'll delete every video. No, I'm an ass of shill, it's well known, whatever. Have we got anybody else here? There's a link again. Still nobody coming in. Now, where are these people with the claims about other people as well? You know, is there none of that going on? All of a sudden, you know, people have lost their voice. Gem Panda, there is no need to shut you up. You have nothing to say. I'm just looking at that as you're conceding. Gem Panda, you concede defeat, right? Because you know you've got nothing, right? You know I don't have any claims. You know that I don't have a model to defend, right? You know what you're getting here is reality, the real truth. No room for playing games here. So the only chat tactic you've got is to get into the chat and hope that you can somehow sway somebody's opinion in the chat. Right? Pathetic. John Smith, hi there, mate. Is there a problem with your link? I can never see a link. John, I'm going to send you the link on Skype. Just let me know if you can get it on Skype here. Cool, Martin. I think John Smith's going to maybe come on. But, you know, you're free. As I say, Martin, the chances are that none of these people are going to show up. No claims are going to be made, you know, and that's pretty much it. So, you know, once we give it half an hour or so, then we can have some discussions about other subjects. Right, John, cool. I'm going to send that right now. Saying, John, I've sent that on the Skype, but it's saying you need to sign into Google Hangout. I'm going to share it again here and hopefully it'll come in. I don't know why you can't see it. Dan Winfield, Dale, did you see the Google search page today? What did you make of it? Google telling us something? Hang on a wee look. You know, I noticed that before. What do you call them? Oh, what's a planetarium or whatever it is when you go into it? You know, it's a fucking flat parallel floor with a fucking dome over the top of it. You know, it's not like you're in there standing on a fucking nature-defying sphere. You know, they just, it's in your face all the time. But you'll still have these morons that are going to claim, you know, try and claim it's a globe. We'll see if any of them come. Orphan Red, I think people are tired of going back and forth with proofs that fail to persuade the other side. Reason and facts don't persuade. Emotion is what sways people. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case, Orphan Red. You know, the whole arena's set up like that, as I said it before, politics. You know, they sway people by emotion. It's never about the facts and what's actually true. So I totally get that. But again, you know, this is just to call the bluff. You know, people who make these claims about whatever, they're free to come here and do it. You know. Gem Panda again, good argument. Planetarium floors aren't spherical. Must be flat. That's the, you know, here again, you know, just saying stuff that nobody said. You know, I'm pointing out what a planetarium actually is. Are you denying that that's got a flat floor now as well? Oh, fucking hell. Freedom Awaits, Gem Panda, you are scared to defend your bullshit. It's because he's got nothing to defend, Freedom Awaits. You know, who have we got here? Teen Foilet. Are you there, man?
Yo, Dale.
How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm cool. I think John might be missing that he has to hit the redirect. He'll be sent to a page. That link you gave him goes to a page, and there is a redirect. He's just going to click the redirect on the page he's sent to.
Right. I'm sure. Hopefully he's heard that.
I'm hoping he's heard that. That's why I've come on.
I don't know why it's not coming up in the chat when I paste it in there.
Yeah, it is.
It is coming in there.
Yes.
Gem Panda is Nathan Oakley. Well, you know, I don't deny anything, but I need proof of that. Funny enough, I don't know if Nathan Oakley's watching this, but you know, I get my memory was pulling me back to an episode of proof of that. Funny enough, I don't know if Nathan Oakley's watching this, but John, turn the video that you're watching, John. Proof of that. Funny enough, I don't know if Nathan Oakley. Is that you? Hello? John, you need to see the video that you're watching on YouTube. You need to mute the sound on that.
Okay, man.
So you'll just hear us in here.
Sorry if I could interject. How do I listen to it if I mute the sound?
Yeah, see if you mute the sound. See the YouTube place where you were watching the broadcast.
If I could interject. Oh yes, got you.
Mute the sound on that.
Got you. Great.
All right.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Nice one. How are you?
Good. Thanks yourself.
Aye, all right, man. All right. Yeah, plugging on.
Sorry, I was a bit late in joining.
That's all right.
Busy doing other things.
No problem.
So how's the conversation been going?
Oh, it's just the usual, you know. As I say, the opportunity is here for anybody who believes it's a globe or anybody who has any claims to come forward, but it's the usual. You know, as soon as you call them on it, they run a mile.
That's disappointing. It would be great just for a good debate, even if they did come on, you know.
Aye, just discussion.
Aye,
you know,
absolutely.
to actually iron out what it is, you know, let's sort out what natural science actually is, you know, and how we solve this whole question and what proofs we actually have. You know, but they seem to feel as if, you know, you've taken a stance of a certain model and I'm here to defend a model, and you know, it's an argument like that, but it's not. It's just, what's the proofs?
Absolutely. And you know, we're just going to probably agree with most of the things, so it'd be nice to have somebody on that's going to have some conflicting information.
Yeah, you know, and I'm the first to welcome it, you know, and as I've spoke to you in private and says, you know, I desperately tried to, you know, in my state of cognitive dissonance, I desperately searched to prove to myself that it was a globe, and, you know, it's no.
Yeah, absolutely. And you put yourself out there hoping to be proved wrong because you don't want to be following a lie. You don't want to be living an illusion. So please come forward and point out where I'm deceiving myself.
Exactly. You know, this is the claims they make, that, you know, we're deceiving ourselves and we've been duped and it's a psyop, and all these nonsense claims. You know, and these are the very people who want to push science and claim that they're scientific and their institutions are scientific, yet, you know, but you've got people here who are interested in real science, real proofs, and they just don't want to know. You know, they would rather sit there and, as I say, emotionally charge it and try and sway people that way. You know, and as often Red pointed out, the majority of people probably will be swayed by that, but you know.
Yeah, but perhaps they're not that confident in their own convictions to come on and argue the point of view. Maybe they realise that they don't have enough evidence.
Yeah, well, that's it. And I know that, you know, because they fail to remember, you know, just like you, just like myself, Marty, you know, Marshall there. We believed it was a globe at one point.
Absolutely.
I never had an invested interest in, you know, saying it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was just, that's where the path took me. I looked for proof and there was none. So
yeah, and you can relate to them because that was you a few years ago. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but as I say, you know, as a somebody who was searching for truth and on that path, I know myself, you know, sometimes I got stuck and it may be taking a while for you to move beyond the level that you were at. But this organisation and these same accounts who are just, I mean, it's been like nearly 2 years now and they're just continually there. You know, that's fanaticism.
Yes, yeah, it is. But the mere fact that they're not coming on here to debate with you shows up their intent and their motive behind their comments.
That's it. Exactly. You know, it speaks volumes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was the same the last time I highlighted that, the serious lack of any globe believer or concave believer or any other flat model believer. You know, but it takes for you to call them sometimes for people to actually realise that they don't have anything.
Yeah, but I think you're the only one on YouTube that's keeping it so structured and so down to earth and asking for the basics of the argument, which are not convincing to a lot of us on here, and we want to see some real evidence, and that's all you're asking for. And the fact that nobody's come on yet to show that or express that's very telling. Yeah.
But you know, if I was somebody else who was here making fanciful claims and not really in touch with myself and pushing nonsense, they would jump on it in an instant because then they would have something to attack. You know.
Yeah.
But the truth can't be attacked, and they know that.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and you're not defending anything. You're actually wanting clarification and evidence. That you would have to defend, not you. Yeah.
As I say, you know, that was why I keep saying about what I mean by flat, because they just have this automatic, they just jump straight away to attaching a certain model to you.
You know, if I'm being honest with myself, I really don't know the shape of the Earth.
No.
Although all evidence points to the fact that it's not round.
Yeah.
And what is flat, though, is the water.
Yeah. All
the water is completely flat.
Yeah.
And what's containing that or holding it, I really don't know what shape it is, but I'm pretty convinced it's not a ball.
Well, I mean, it's deductive reasoning based on, you know, repetitive observation and testing that we can claim that and say that all the water must be, you know, equal levels. There might be motion between the water, you know, but at the end of the day, it's just a container of some kind. What the actual container's full dimension is, you know, nobody knows.
No, and I think it's pointless going down that rabbit hole. At this stage, we'll never know. Maybe we will do.
That's it. You know, well, I can't adopt that attitude because I want to know. So, you know, I should just go, well, we'll never know and fuck it, you know, and get back into a life of delusions and illusions. You know, that's never going to happen. Once you get to this stage, it's like you just can't let go.
Yes. I mean, ignorance is bliss might be good for some people, but
yeah, I mean, ignorance is bliss if, you know, you're born into multi-millions and you have a life of Riley and, you know, that kind of ignorance probably is bliss, you know, but, you know, the position I'm in, I'm not going to walk away from it. So, and as I say, I highlighted at the start, they keep saying this thing about we should have a model, you know, and you go, where are you getting that, you know? Where do these claims come from? We should have a model.
Yeah, but I think people feel insecure or fearful by just staying with the words "I don't know."
Yeah,
they need to go into a theoretical idea or model to cement their doubts and their fears, just so they can feel more secure. But I think it's a real intelligence by saying "I don't know." Because then the mind is in the state of questioning, inquiring, doubting, wanting to find out. But as soon as you say you know or you have a model, then the mind's come to a conclusion. So where there is a conclusion, there's no inquiry, there's no searching or looking or.
That's it. You know, it's like, oh, we know. You know, it's the same attitude as the globe. Everything's discovered. We know. So you might as well just go to your dead end job every day and be a good little sheep. You know. So I'm not buying it. I don't buy it at all.
Yeah, and it's great. It's growing with people like you sending out a consistent, true message of show me the evidence.
Yeah. And as you say,
a working model of a little ball with water floating around it.
Well,
where is that working model? Pieces of scientific
the practical examples for their claims.
Yeah.
You know, they can never produce a practical example,
no.
and that's not natural science. You know,
Absolutely.
it's fantasy.
Well, it's not empirical truth, is it? You need a working model for empirical truth.
Yeah,
and they've never replicated a working model.
No, and you know, and as you see, you highlighted there, you know, they're scared to say you don't know, but that's the first port of call for science. You know, science that I love. You know, because when you don't know something, you know, you can go, right, we don't know, but now we've got the opportunity to, you know, explore and discover.
Yeah, it's the first port call of being honest with yourself as well, by saying, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, this argument for God or not for God.
Yeah.
But if people are being really honest with themselves, they don't know.
No.
We can assume, okay, I don't see any evidence for it, there can't be a God. And other people will say, oh, but there must be the scriptures and the Bible. But the truth of the matter is, they personally don't know.
No.
And it's the same. It's the same with what shape of the earth that we're supposed to be living on.
Yeah. People
don't know what shape it is.
No, but you know, as you say, people need that certainty. I think.
Yeah.
That security, especially when we're fed in this day and age, this you know, omnipotent, all-knowing, fucking Gallus Alice, you know, type mindset. When it's just really people running about full of hot air, you know, trying to project some superior, you know, personality. And it's like a fucking illness.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had a chat before about brainwashing and social conditioning. You know, social conditioning is maybe a bit softer, but when people are 100% certain that it's what we're being told, I mean, that's how brainwashing works, isn't it? You have to have doubt. You have to have some sort of doubt somewhere to say that, well, that they're smart and talking about munchies. Can you hear me eating while I'm talking? We have to have doubt, because you can never be 100% certain, because that's how brainwashing works, when people are so 100% convinced they're right.
Yeah.
You've got to have doubt.
Exactly. You know, keep your mind open. You know, as I say, even, you know, I'm saying about the water, you know, I know that I'm testable, observable, but I'll still keep my mind open to somehow somebody proving me wrong, you know, and then I'll advance my knowledge and I'll move on and I'll say, you know, I'm corrected. And that's the way we should do it.
Yeah, well, coming on here, inviting everybody to come on and show you evidence is you being open to, well, show me. I mean, I would love to believe it was a ball. Show me.
Yeah, that's it. I'll go back to, you know, it being a globe if it's proved, you know. But there's none, you know, and this is the thing. I know that, they know it, you know. Pretty much everybody who's watching this knows it. So
that's why it'd be nice for somebody to come in that doesn't know that, or on the contrary thinks it's different. So.
Yeah. So who knows? You know, we might be lucky. We may get somebody who's going to come on with some new proofs. You know,
perhaps maybe give out the message, not on here to lambast you. Going to listen to you, going to reason, but I'll still be asking for you to prove your idea or your model.
Yeah.
But you're not going to be shot down in flames. I'm just going to have a mature discussion with you.
That's it. You know, as I say, people think that this confrontational thing where it's sort of shouting match. No, you know, and I've never displayed that. I've always displayed, you know, patience and the ability to listen and have a discussion. So there should be no fear of that at all. I think the fear comes from their own insecurity because they know that they're probably coming with belief. Huh?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
So,
but
well,
if they could come on and demonstrate something observable,
yeah,
factual,
yeah,
or even link something they could endorse their claim, then that would be great.
yeah, that's it. But they'll know that you've got them in a chat saying, "Oh, it's pointless because you know nothing and all this stuff." It's just any excuse, any avenue other than the actual proof, So.
Yeah, well, that's why I think you're doing such sterling work, because you're keeping it to the ground, you're keeping it for factual information, observable facts and truth, and you've never moved away from that. You've kept it tethered to that, which I think is fantastic.
Well, thanks.
That's why you're not getting a lot of contradictory people coming on.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You've got the ability to see that and recognise that, and that's it. That's why a lot of the stuff was repetitive, because the truth is the truth, and that's what
a lot of your subscribers see that as well. They'll do.
Yeah. And obviously, there seemed to be a push to, hinder this type of message. Because anybody who's claiming they're a truther and thinking logically would realise this truth. That's the position that we are in. So, and we don't have to have fanciful claims. We don't have to have models to present, because I would be the first to stand up and say to anybody, where is the full exploration in order to falsify or verify the model?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's such a hard pill for people to swallow, but at the end of the day, that's the reality.
Yeah. I understand people's natural next step is to theorise. Well, what could it be? Where it could be? I understand that, but I think it's a waste of energy.
Yeah, I think sometimes, and I've done it before, just because you can imagine and perceive a possibility, and it feels good, and you think, that feeling gives you validation that it might have some sort of truth. And then people start to push that because it feels good, it fits their imagination, they can picture it, and they get lost in that rabbit hole. You need to pull yourself back and look at the actual situation. And as you say, it is a waste of time.
Yes, I suppose people get security in that with perhaps somebody agreeing with them. And if I'm being honest as well, I suppose I got a little bit of security in meeting people who also question the ball Earth. I think, oh, well, perhaps I'm not that mad myself then, if somebody else has come to the same observation and doubting of where we actually live.
Well, for me, I would rather be in a group of questioners than a group of knowers.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely, yes. Yeah. Or don't knows.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we want to be a group, we don't have to like each other, but we need that common ground.
Absolutely.
The common ground should just be the truth and representing the real situation, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would say truth, respect, and critical thinking.
Yeah.
And maybe honesty. I'm throwing honesty as well. Yeah.
That's it. And people are people. The behaviours and everything that's going on just now are no different from behaviours that have always been. It's a funny old game. But
it is a game, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's it. I've always tried to just keep focusing the game and make the game apparent. Because for me it's very, very simple. It's all this nonsense that's been added into it that makes it complicated.
But yeah, well, that's why I come to the last video. I think it is simple. The world's simple. Things are simple. It's us through our mispreconceptions that make it complicated. Yeah.
And I don't mind theorising in philosophy. I loved philosophy myself, and while I'm in this position and, still stuck in this position, I still will philosophise and discuss philosophy, which is fine. But we can state that we're philosophising and also have the ability to entertain philosophies without claiming them to be true, or whatever,
I think maybe we have a different meaning on the word philosophy. I'd call it theorising.
Theorising, yeah.
I think philosophy is a good way of summing something up in poetic terms almost. But yeah, to theorize about what could be, what may be, what if, that's away from what actually is. So
Yeah.
I find that's just a distraction from reality of what we observe.
That's it.
Mm.
That was true. It's all that look up at the sky, let's go to outer space, unattainable things, rather than
Yes.
explore the actual surroundings that you exist in at this moment.
Yes, you're right, but don't you think that our mindsets have been socially constructed to do that through science fiction films and entertainment, to look at the stars and to gaze at them rather than gazing and observing what we're actually standing on.
Yeah, of course. That's what the whole push was. And, putting these idols up, or these explorers who were fantastic men who mapped everything out and done all the exploration, so therefore, stay in your box, in bewilderment, staring up at the sky,
You've been told what's out there, so just accept it.
That's it.
Right. And watch your TV and have your drugs and
stay still and consume.
Yeah, consume, buy. Yes, absolutely.
Anything but encouraging that the explorer within you.
For critical thought. That's
not that. Yeah. And I think they two go hand in hand. That critical thought and the explorer. And for me, that's what I tried to crush.
Wouldn't it be great if school started out that you had in the curriculum there was a class where called critical thinking?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Yeah.
But of course, that would be too dangerous.
That would be too logical and too simple,
Well, I think it'd be a threat to much of what we're taught.
Of course, people throw that meme or that saying about the biggest threat to any tyranny or controller is a well-educated, critical thinking population, but they fail to grasp what the actual critical thinking part is. They seem to think that it's just good information, but it's
or being critical about what we're presented, rather
what they offer you.
That's it.
Yeah, I'd be critical within their parameters.
Yeah, absolutely. But don't question the parameters. Just
that's it. Yeah.
Question inside it.
Yeah. Exactly, and that's that's true for the micro to the macro. As I say, they don't want us to find the outer parameters.
Yeah, you concentrate on the micro. We'll deal with the macro. That's
it. Aye. So that's why I'm hearing these whispers now about this. We may never know, and it may be, that's disempowering. That to me is, part of the psyop to throw us off that discovery, and that's a claim I'm making based on my experiences.
Yeah.
So
don't get me wrong. I think this subject is riddled with psyops, but that doesn't detract from our own observation or reality of where we are.
Yeah, it doesn't change the fact that there is no proof for a globe.
No, absolutely.
So they can psyop all they like. As I say, the only thing I can come up with about the whole psyop thing is to try and steer it to a new paradigm, maintain control of some sort, but still make people aware of the globe lie. But
yeah, it's interesting. I always when a lot of people who believe in the heliocentric model, they ask for evidence, and if I link them straight away with obvious doctored CGI of the blue marble to them, that's how quickly I can give them evidence to back up what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been calling out for ball earthers to come on for some time now, for 2 or 3 hangouts, and not one's come forward yet. So, that's quite concerning that they can't come forward with any evidence or even to articulate their counter argument.
And you see all these titles of a debate, and at the end of the day, the observable world's not up for debate. You can debate about how it got here and stuff, but the laws and the things that we can test and observe, you can't really debate them. It's not about a debate. You can only have a discussion. and provide proof of your claims or any findings that you have, so that the rest of us can falsify or verify.
Absolutely. At least challenge, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And when I say challenge, I mean challenge in a respectful way, by saying, well, why do you think that, or how do you know that, or where's your evidence? It doesn't have to be a harsh challenging. It's just challenging your own preconceived ideas, and if there's any substance to it, then provide some evidence to show where you got your ideas from.
But they don't change, and nothing has changed. For over a year and a half, the same arguments that I looked at, and I had the ability to look past them and see that none of them were real proofs. So I don't know what these people's problems are. As I say, for me, it goes beyond just stupidity. These same accounts that are continually pushing the same stuff are.
But do you think it's a level of either insecurity or lack of critical thought? Because we were both there ourselves, but from having had dialogue with you in the past, it's like we were both very receptive to having a look at conflicting information, even though we thought it would be nuts to start with. Okay, let's have a look then.
That's it.
What is it that stops people from having that openness to say, "Oh, I don't believe that at all, but show me what you got. Let's discuss it."
They take comfort in certainty. They want to be certain, and as soon as it's threatened, I've done that. Even in my social circles, I think I've spoke to you about this before. Where you can, I've said to people, I'm going to give you an example of cognitive dissonance here. So, we'll just go into a conversation, and you let them come away with, the first sentence, and then you go, right, stop. And you actually break down even that first sentence, and you show them how many assumptions that are actually within it. And you see that instant reaction of, the cognitive dissonance setting in. It's like they're starting to look at you with hatred, because you're pulling them up for their hot air, and the majority of people are just running around full of hot air,
Yeah, I think just with that, you've challenged their foundations that they've had for years and years.
Yeah.
So if they lose that, they're going to be insecure and fearful, so that they have to attack you into rubbish you.
I've got the strength to be able to say to them, I was in that very same position. As I say, I wasn't, didn't come out the womb saying, "Oh, the Earth's not a globe."
Did you know?
I wish I did. But so I had 30 odd years of, no continual. There was subliminal programming, obviously, because it was in movies. It's advertised everywhere. So that's just backing up the already planted belief from your childhood. So I totally get, that moment where you realise that that's not reality, and then the realisation sets in that there is actually people or whatever here actively pushing this lie. It can start to become a wee bit scary and emotional. So I totally get where they are, and I can totally get that some people would be scared to let go of that. They're just the type of people who, once the masses start to say it's acceptable, then they'll say, "All right,
Yeah, I think you're right there. Although I find that difficult to understand, because I was never fearful of somebody correcting me or saying, "No, that's not actually correct. Look at this." Because, like we said earlier, I don't want to be following a lie through my life.
No.
If somebody says that's not actually correct, John, have a look at this. I'll have a look at it.
Yeah.
And hopefully I'm not too defensive, and I'm willing to have whatever I think is right challenged.
Yeah, and move on from it.
Yeah, absolutely. And change and admit, I got it wrong. Yeah.
That's what got me through my cognitive dissonance, because at the end of the day, the search for that truth was more important to me than anything. So, and I was just like you, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Maybe in your younger days when you're stubborn and a bit egotistical, but you progress beyond that to, well, I want to learn, I don't want to, it terrifies me to think I'm going to live my whole life, just not knowing, I'll live in a lie. And I look at, people who were born into a culture who've lived 60, 70 years, and their whole life was just, the programmed culture.
Yes.
That to me is horrific.
Me too. Yeah, I share that with you. Yes.
So,
but also because we both aren't buying the lie of the ball earth now in this time in our lives. But that's why I say we still have to have doubt, because I'm sure there's far other things in life that I still perhaps think may be true, but they may not be until someone introduces something else to me. Then I can see that, that was also a lie. So I have to keep an open mind, not just with the flat earth, with everything in life.
Take nothing for granted, try and remove any assumptions that you may have.
Yeah, and see the false for the false, and hopefully what's left will be the truth.
Yeah. And trying to, educate people to separate what's a subjective experience and claim to what an objective thing is, and separating the two. And this whole thing is about the objective reality. So it should stick purely to that, although there's all these complex dynamics that are happening with people on emotional levels and psychological levels, the further this goes. But I think it's still important to keep pushing that there's got to be a separation.
Yeah, and I think you have to be of a certain stability of mind, I think, to be able to be that honest with yourself and to go down this road.
Yeah.
Because if you've got if you're unstable in any way, then I think that would just make you worse, would it not? If
that's it. The funny
and disempowerment. Although we both shared our feelings, saying it, we both find this very empowering, and not the opposite. It's very empowering to admit that you've been deceived, and now
that you don't know.
Yes.
And that's it. People should let go of that fear of saying they don't know, because at the end of the day, every single one of us is in, the dark. None of us know. So if I can say I don't know, then everybody else should feel free to say they don't know.
Yeah, because nobody knows everything but everything, do they?
Yeah.
We're all ignorant to a certain degree of something in our life.
That's what I say to you. I'd rather be in a group of questioners than a group of knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll stay on, but I'd like somebody else to come in.
Aye. Well, do you know what I'll do? I'll go and have a wee look at the chat. But that was who have we got? There's so much going on. If people are listening, if anybody else would like to come in and say what you have to say, discuss anything further, I'll stick the link again into the chat. Did you say you were having a problem with that? Did you get it? Obviously, you got it eventually.
Yeah, I had to download something.
Right.
I've never done it before, so yeah.
Nice one.
Oh, that's good. You put the link in the chat bit. That's good.
Yeah. As I say, it's still open. Anybody who wants to make any claims, you can come in. As I say, there's none of these accusations against personalities happening, because obviously they know it's going to be highlighted as logical fallacies, so they just don't entertain it. They don't come. So I'm just making myself a wee smoke here.
Macro Lore just said about the TV music media, the programming tools of the pirates that be. So true that. I think the television is the greatest brainwashing tool ever invented.
Oh, aye.
And it's all lies. There's nothing factual on it.
No. I've said that to people before. I feel as if the TV was deliberately invented.
Yeah.
Specifically for that role.
Yeah, and like we discussed before, it's smart TV, so get one, you'll be smart. The bigger the better.
What is it? They say they reverse everything, don't they? So
yes, absolutely.
Reality is not happening on the TV.
And some people who are unfortunate not to have a very big room, but yet that they have a TV that spans the whole wall, you know, dwarfs the room.
Yeah, aye, the full size of the wall, making sure they get it in.
Yeah, no, just to endorse the cognitive dissonance there won't be any critical thought watching that.
No, no. It's so easy. It's such a powerful tool.
Mm. Yeah, like we said, your mind's in a state of suggestion. It's not in a state of critical thought when you're watching television.
No.
8-foot TV. That explains it, Nathan.
My TV is 8 feet.
That explains it all, Nathan.
I was going to say earlier, you know, it's funny, Nathan Oakley, there was a guy, I don't know if you remember him, on Dragon's Den, who invented it was like a new tie wrap, the plastic tie wraps.
Uh-huh.
It was a reusable one that you can snip and you can keep using. But the guy was a dead ringer for Nathan. I wasn't sure if it was maybe his brother.
Well, he would make a lot of money out of that invention, would he?
Well, I think it took off.
Did it? He wouldn't
That's
sell
like-
him any though, would he?
It's like a reusable tie wrap.
Oh well, I suppose a clever marketing thing would be to be able to buy more, not let it last longer. Yeah.
At this day and age, it's, you know, more. Use it more, buy more.
Come on, Nathan. Nathan, you've got an 8-foot TV, but you don't watch TV.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. Why did you buy an 8-foot TV, but you don't watch it?
It doesn't look as if we're going to get any claimants on here, is it?
No.
As if it's all gone quiet.
Yeah, I don't like living in hope.
What's Marty calls that? Hope, something about
Dying despair.
something along. I think he's actually going to show up. So hopefully,
Okay.
I'll ask him what was he said about that, about hope, psychological desperation or something. Aye. This is it. You know, this is what I was trying to encourage, was just genuine people to come on and you know, express themselves, and the more the merrier.
About the TV, Nathan said, bigger is better.
Bigger is better.
Some of them told you, Nathan.
I think it's all right. It's like me, I'm selective with anything I'm going to watch. You know?
Yeah, I think you have to be.
Yeah.
That you're in control and not the TV.
That's it. So what's actually going on in this chat? Is it just chit chat?
About size, I think.
Often read saying, you know, Ian Cox, no, but you're saying we can know truth by trusting our senses. And respectfully disagreeing, optical illusions show us that our senses are easily tricked and don't show us uninterpreted truth. I think that depends on what we're talking about. You know, as far as like testing and observing water, you know, I think that's pretty clear cut. You know, and how this is what I'm saying about where are we talking about where our senses can be deceived. Because I can go and watch guys who can carve intricate models on the end of a pencil, you know, into lead. So, you know, to say that their eyes are flawed in some way, you know, is a bit of a bold claim. I think our senses can be deceived when we're viewing things through moisture and over distance, or, you know, through certain mediums. But I don't buy into this. We can't trust our senses. To be honest with you, I think it depends. Are we still on, eh?
Right. One thing that came up with me talking to somebody else. We live reasonably close, but I do a lot of hill walking. If you got to some of the Munros in Scotland, you're on top of the mountain, and there's, I forget what you call it, but there's a plaque there telling you what mountains are which on the horizon, all
Yeah.
around you. And some are up to 200 miles away.
Yeah.
Now, some are the same height as the one you're standing on. So I'm thinking, how am I supposed to be viewing that 200 miles away on a ball? It's a physical impossibility.
Yeah. That's another lad. I think he was in Livingston, Greg. I'm sure his name. As I said, I would give him a shout the next time if you're watching, man. Who has a clear uninterrupted view over 40 miles. I think apparently.
Yeah. Yes. I've been on outskirts, northern Livingston, over the bends and everything. You can see across to Fife. You can see up north to the mountains. It's it's very flat there, so you've got great vision over the land. I was going to say the curvature there.
You would have been right away there if you'd said that.
A Freudian slip.
You don't secretly believe it's a globe, do you?
oh, dear me. I'd be swaying back and forth if I thought that.
Me and you can't talk if you believe it's a globe. No way. No way. I'm
on here for you to show the error of my ways. Convince me.
But people say that to me, about the globe, and what they ask me, what swayed me? And I say, the fact that there's no proof.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what swayed me. There is no proof.
Asking questions.
Oh, we get somebody back, a validation boy.
Hey, man.
How's it going?
Yeah. Pretty good. Are we on to discussing other topics yet or not yet?
Yeah, we're just having a discussion in general. I mean, if you want to make a point, carry on.
Okay, I just got a question. Do you ever regret getting some of these tattoos, these occultic tattoos that you have?
Occultic tattoos? No, I don't regret any of it at all. No.
What do you have? I mean, I remember.
Could I ask you, validation boy, why you asked that question?
Well, because I remember when Jed was harping on Dell about his tattoos, and I don't remember Dell ever really giving a crystal clear answer on the whole thing. I remember you made a response video about it, but I don't remember.
Well, it's very simple. I'm just an average everyday guy who was involved in looking at the occult stuff through the years. Reading books like Anton LaVey's stuff, and I like the symbolism, some of the artwork. To me, it's just nice drawings. I don't have any emotional attachment to any of them. They don't signify anything specific other than my journey. So it's not like because you have a symbol or something on you that you're somehow part of some cult or some group.
But these symbols have a powerful effect on the human psyche. That's why they were designed, and that's why they're used by the nefarious lords of our world.
You'll need to provide me proof of that claim. That they have an effect on my psyche. Because that's a pretty bold statement. So I mean, what is your proof of that claim?
Not on you specifically, but on the human brain. Those symbols have effects.
What effects and what's the proof? The effects, I can tell you, right? If I was to show you a pentagram, because of your cultural programming and your association with that, the symbol will have an emotional effect, but it's because of your association with it. You created that association. The symbol is just a symbol. Words are just noises that we, call a language now. That at the end of the day, it's just a noise. It's what people attach meaning to. But I don't think that I would have to see some valid proof. If you took a blank mind that didn't have any cultural programming and showed these symbols, would it have an adverse effect on the psyche of that mind? I don't think so. Because it's just a symbol. It's just a shape.
I'm not even necessarily saying that it's an adverse effect. I just feel as though the symbols might have an effect on the brain, because we're talking about geometry, and geometry is not part of nature. Like you don't find a perfect triangle in nature anywhere.
But what about the ink and the paint? Do you find that in nature?
Say it again. You broke up a little bit there.
What about ink and paint? Do you find that in nature?
Well, octopuses have some form of ink. It's not used for what we use it for, but they do have it.
But you can make paint from nature, can't you?
Okay, that's fair enough.
So, as I say, I just don't get this. It's the same with words, and words are spells. I think it depends on your association with you and your experience and how these things can affect you. But I would have to see some valid proof of, as I say, a blank mind, and by showing them a pentagram. I suppose you're suggesting that say a pentagram is somehow having an effect on somebody's psychological state.
Well, yeah, we are all programmed, but after your programming, you then decided to put those tattoos on your body.
Yeah. So you think I was influenced by my programming?
I mean, you must have been, otherwise you wouldn't have taken these symbols that someone else created and put them on your own body.
It's just because I like them. They're just symbols. They're just art. It's absolutely meaningless to me.
Could that be more, though, being influenced by a design or somebody else who's done it rather than being actually programmed?
Yeah.
I think there's a marked difference to being programmed, brainwashed, than mixing with a friend or reading in a book or seeing an idea and saying, "Oh, that would look nice." I think you got to make a distinction between programming, which is really a heavy terminology. And don't get me wrong, I was programmed. I think we're all susceptible to being programmed, but at what point does something come through choice of influence rather than being heavily programmed to do it? I mean, we can become aware of our programming. I think that's
it. That's the point I was making. If you built an association or took on a programming from childhood, the chances are that just as I say, when somebody who's been brainwashed or programmed or influenced by a certain religion, they hear the word Satanism and they have this a reaction to it based on what they believe it to be. It's not actually the truth of the matter or the content. You know what I mean? So, as I say, the tattoo thing, it's really a pointless thing. It's just purely art. It's something that it was my preference. I don't regret any of it at all.
I suppose coming from both angles, you could see it on a scale from attention seeking to being expressive and creative. I mean, it could come into any category depending on the person who's playing the tattoos, I suppose.
For me, it was about defiance. A lot of people, I think, it is rebellion and defiance. Especially tattooing the hands and stuff where it was taboo. Tattoos are fine as long as you don't go beyond the wrist or above the neck. And it's like, no, fuck you. And I'm just going to tattoo my hands purely for that reason. You know what I mean?
I think I'm sure Validation Boy has not been judgmental, but I think a lot of people do judge people on when they see a tattoo. They immediately form an impression of the person because they've got tattoos, and especially like yourself, Dale, who's quite a confident big lad. So people will immediately have an impression of you because of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a preconceived ideas. That's not reality of who you are.
It's also an expression of me realising my own programmed fears and my associations with these symbols and what they meant. And it's like me saying to myself, look, you've overcame that, and I can express it and I will show it. I mean, one whole side represents thought, manipulation. A lot of the stuff that I was discovering. And the other side was representing a different path and different angles and experiences. So you know, it's this whole thing, you know, as soon as a symbol's up, you know, everybody automatically assumes that they're part of a secret society group who are, you know.
Well, you are, Dale. Come on. Be honest.
Yeah,
Come
I know.
on, be honest.
I'm controlling the masses from my house in Scotland, in my shed at the back door, you know, waving my Masonic tattoos and brainwashing everybody.
You're really in a wee TARDIS there in the back garden, I know. Yeah.
I mean, there comes a point where it just gets paranoid and ridiculous, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But it's funny how you see people who like to play on people's, you know, ignorance, you know, when they'll highlight the tattoos and then try. That was my whole issue with, like, Jed. You know, he tried to represent me in a certain light, which was just slanderous. You know, it was idiotic, childish stuff. So, you know, but that's his own insecurities or his agenda, whatever.
It's just my observation of people I've known a long time who got tattoos when they're very young, and very explicit material on it, and then they maybe regret it as they get older. But I mean, I think with symbols is a bit different because it's, you know, you're not going to be embarrassed by what they say. But sometimes when people get like "fuck you" on their fingers, and then they're walking with their grandchild down the shops, and the grandchild says, "What is that, Granddad?"
That's the difference, you know. It was not like I was 17, 18, or in my younger years when I done this. You know, I progressed and matured, understood what was happening and the reasons why I was doing it. You know, it wasn't just an impulse. So,
yeah, it's an informed, mature decision. Yeah,
that's it. So,
Well, so do you find that your tattoos intimidate new people that?
Sorry, you broke up there.
Do you find that your tattoos are intimidating to new people that you meet?
No, I think, you know, people have moved beyond. You get some people, obviously, who will judge, but I'm really not interested in that. At the end of the day, I'm not here to cater for them. If people are insecure about, you know, things that they can't control, then they need to go over that. Just, you know.
I'd also question somebody being intimidated by a bit of ink on someone's skin.
Yeah,
I don't get that.
No, it's just because, again, it's the association that people have. You know, they'll see certain symbols or a certain look, and they just automatically, you know, start firing their preconceptions up, and then they start to fit you into a picture that suits, you know, what they believe. You know.
Okay, thanks for responding.
No problem, man. You know. But I mean, it's important because this is how people are affected by these things, you know, and it can sway people. So I don't mind discussing it, you know. But at the end of the day, it really is just as simple as it's just art, and it's just how I express myself, and that's it.
It's also part of your culture with the Pictish people.
Aye. I'm into music. I love my motorbikes. You know, it's the whole thing, and it's not like, you know, I'm swept up by these programming issues. I partake in these things because I enjoy them. You know, there's a difference. It's the same situation with, like, you know, sport. You know, I can choose to be entertained by sport, but I don't have any emotional attachment to it. It's not going to affect my life either way. Do you know what I mean?
Del, do you believe in demonic physical entities?
Mate, I don't have any beliefs. I try and remove any beliefs that I have.
Have you ever seen any evidence for physical entities from another dimension?
Nah. Nope.
Have you,
No.
Validation Boy?
I've had a couple strange experiences, but nothing I can say is absolute proof.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, you know, as I say, I openly, you know, disclose that I had sleep paralysis and events like that through my childhood and into my adult years. But, you know, it's a subjective experience that, you know, it's just an anecdotal. I can only talk about it. It's not something that can ever be proven. So, and it's interesting stories and how the mind operates and what's actually going on. You know? So, you know, why do you ask that? I take it you.
Well, we're just on that subject. Nothing, no specific reason. Just making chat.
Cool. Getting back to the tattoo thing, yeah, a lot of that has an influence because of my sleep paralysis experiences. So.
And where do you stand, Validation Boy, on the heliocentric model?
On the heliocentric model?
Yes, yeah.
I know that, well, I mean, none of us really know anything with absolute certainty, but I've listened to enough people talking and heard good enough cases presented to believe, and I shamelessly admit that I believe things, so no problem there. But I believe that it's quite possible that we live in a geocentric model, because the geocentric model works and the heliocentric model works if you want to observe things in the sky. But I don't really care about things in the sky, just like that.
Yeah, but what about the place you're standing on, though? I mean, do you believe you're standing on a ball?
Oh, no, definitely not.
All right. Okay.
Cool. So I don't know if anybody else is wanting to come in and have their point. I'm still hoping that there's going to be some claims made.
Oh, I'm dying in despair.
This could be the moment that the chance is here. Sorry, Stephen Nicol, if you're still listening, bud, I'm going to stick the link in chat again. I'm going to do it right now. Just click that and come in. Don't know if he's still there. Magumba FC still no Globe Defenders. Nope.
So, sorry, I hope you didn't think I was taking over, Dale, by asking
No.
guest a question. No.
Like it's not the Dale show, man. If
There's I bought my ticket as well. There's no Dale show on it.
No, if anybody's got anything valid to say or any questions,
okay, good.
By all means, I don't mind having a mature discussion in here. It's just when it's the usual crap, it becomes an issue. But no, by all means, man.
Okay.
It saves me, dead air. Because I'm trying to just have a wee look at the chat here as well and see what's going on. I'm not sure if Stephen Nicol got that link. I agree, Marco. Back to the childlike mind. Yeah, that's what I say. No immaturity, but there's Marty. You all right, Marty?
All right, sir.
You all right? Oh. How's it going? Good. Just grab a seat. I don't know if Marty doesn't want to go in the jam here, so you get your mover.
I tried to phone you to tell you that, but
I couldn't. I was in the middle of talking. So, we're sitting here hoping that we're going to have a Globe believer coming in and making claims, or anybody else to make any claims. But
welcome, Marty.
That's John Smith.
All right, let me tell you about the ball, mate.
Spin another yarn.
Sell Earth or get yourself on. End the flat Earth movement. It's totally bogus. Flat out lies. Sell Earth wins outright. So this is what you're getting. I'll wait till Marty stops rattling his bag. These people are just showing up, and making these bold claims and statements. The flat Earth movement. You yourself, John. I know that you're a stickler for this.
Yes, yeah. Flat Earth movement, Flat Earth community.
Yeah.
Just all corral them into one pen,
Yeah,
control them from there.
yeah, that's it.
It's just a group of people, individuals with critical thought, and so.
That's it. Yeah, it should be kept to that. That's why I'm saying, it's not the Dale show. I opened this up. As I say, people were complaining that they didn't have a platform, or a voice. And I'm willing for anybody to come on here and have a voice, and I encourage people. I'm seeing it more and more. I noticed, I think it's James Brown, the boy, it's just sitting on his couch, trying to work through it, speaking his mind, which is great. And he's got the bottle to just put it up there on YouTube. And even if people haven't got the bottle to, put their face on it, would be great if they just, put up a voice thing. And as you say.
Yeah, and I think you can see from histrionics of you presenting it, you're not getting aggressive with them or shoving them off or closing an account. You're open to hearing different views on the matter.
Yeah, yeah. And some people think, as I said, some things are a waste of time. But for me, discussion, ironing out some of the issues, having mature discussion like this, it can help. It paves the way.
Well, at the baseline, it stimulates thought, it stimulates questioning and doubt. Surely that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Unless you want to just be entertained and go and watch Coronation Street.
Well, if a Globe believer would show up, it would probably be, we'd get a bit of drama, a bit of EastEnders. We'll call the Globe believers Nasty Nick. How are you, Marty? You good?
I'm always good, mate.
Right.
I'm just looking for a plug. But
A plug, just pull that. Should we just take that out? 'Cause I don't need that one.
Yeah, it'd be better if a few folk came on and voiced something, because there's some interesting comments in the comments section, and I think if people came on and voiced that could open up
Conversation.
yeah, more in-depth debates.
If anybody in the chat, as I say, there is some good points being made. So if anybody wants to just come on and say what they want to say, it'd be great. Or even just make the point, and then it opens the discussion up. So I'll stick the link in again. I'm still waiting for Stephen Nicol.
Well, I hope it's not Stephen Nicol that I knew.
That's somebody that I know, I think.
All right.
So we'll see. But we've got Marty here as well now. So
I'm set up, mate.
you're late.
I know. What life is like. What does late mean?
We'll see. We've got Marty here as well now.
How are we doing, Dale?
How you doing, mate?
I know.
Aye, good man. How's things?
Good, good, mate. Plodding on. Stephen, see the video you're watching on YouTube. Just turn the volume down on it. Good, mate.
Hold on.
Plodding on.
Is that better?
That's it. Because you can hear us in here, but if you're watching it on YouTube, it's going to keep echoing through.
Right, aye. See what you mean. So, ironically enough, mate, I've got a big fucking fuck-off picture of a globe on me.
A flat globe.
It's quite laggy, actually, mate.
Yeah, if you're watching it on YouTube, that's what I'm saying. Just turn YouTube away,
Right.
you'll hear everything clear in here.
Right, okay, I see.
Ian,
How you doing, brother?
how are you, Ian? You all right?
I'm not bad, bro. Are you right?
Nice. Yeah, good.
Hey, Martin's coming on board. Martin!
Listen,
No, I'm not.
listen,
I'm not Martin. I'm I'm
listen.
his twin brother, and I'm a globe believer. No, this
He's a
silly
globe
sick
believer.
Stop.
No, I am. Yeah,
Stop.
I am. Yeah.
Martin.
Right, where should we start? Let's start with George Eerie's failure experiment, shall
Hang
we?
on, Ian. Let's hear Del boy. I am mate.
Yeah,
Or should we go for the
Correct, sir.
Bedford Levels experiment? Where should we start?
No.
You know what I mean?
No. We got to be real. Del boy.
Ian's gone until he learns
Yeah.
manners and respect.
He's going back to his bollocks. Yeah. I am mate.
Martin, how you doing, mate? I've just had Stephen
I-
come on. So
I see. It was good. Hi, mate. The other Scottish fellas. Lovely to meet you as well. Thank you for inviting me on, Del. I thought I'd hold back because you know what I'm like. I go so often, and I didn't want to do that to you. So much respect to you, brother, and all of you. Thanks.
Thanks for coming on, Martin. But Stephen's just so
I'll just be quiet and sit back unless I got any valid points to make. Okay, brother, if you don't mind.
Carry on.
Thanks.
Carry on. I'll just cut in and talking away.
No problem. I just wanted to give you the chance in case you were.
No, I'll just say my points as I come in.
So that's good. You know, for anybody listening, if you're coming in, you know, I can't go when everybody's talking over the top of each other. So anybody who hasn't got the ability, you know, to be respectful, I'm just going to eject them straight away.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not fair on everybody. You know. Who's this?
No.
Chris.
You got
Chris.
Hi, Adele.
Hi, Chris. Is that Chris I'm speaking to now?
Yeah, I'm Chris. Yeah.
Hi, man. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Nice.
I know you wanted some talking points, so I jumped on to offer a talking point here, and it's the shadow of I think I'm pronouncing this correctly, Mount Rainier at sunrise, and I'm going to put a link into the side chat of the Hangout so you can see the image that I'm talking about. And I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I don't have anything invested in the globe whatsoever. So that particular photograph is allegedly depicting the sun's position below the, obviously below the top of the mountain, and therefore casting a shadow of the mountain onto the cloud coverage above.
Yeah.
So that is allegedly because when the sun rises over the horizon, the position of the light rays would be hitting at an angle which would be lower than the top of the mountain in order for that to happen.
Right. So the point. What's the?
The point is, it is used by many people that have still got invested in the heliocentric model to prove that the sun rises in a heliocentric fashion, as in it's to prop up the current accepted heliocentric model. And it has been explained away through perspective, but the only problem I can see with that is that whatever perspective you take from it and describe it away through perspective, it still doesn't change the fact that the light beams would still be hitting the mountain and creating a shadow on the top of the clouds as it shows. So that's just one example. If you do a Google search of something similar to, say, Mount Rainier casting a shadow, there's even some footage as well. I personally, I can't explain it. I just thought it'd make a good talking point because it's gonna come up.
Aye, but that's it, you know. But you know, I've seen them arguing with each other about this because obviously people, you know, who adopt a certain flat Earth model will claim that the sun's circling, you know, over the top at a certain altitude or whatever. And I don't know what their claims are. So I know that you know, there's certain people who say the sun doesn't go up and down. You know, I don't claim any of that. For me, you know, what the sun does and what happens in the sky, and it never gives me measurable proof for the shape of the Earth that I'm standing upon. You know, but you know, it's an interesting thing. It's an interesting image, but and again, it's only an image. You know, I need to be able to falsify that, verify that image. I would need to, you know, is that the only image that exists of it?
No, if you do like a Google search of Mount Rainier, there's even some footage out there. I know that's only one particular example, but if you do a Google search of something along the lines of Mount Rainier casting shadow on clouds, or shadow of Mount Rainier on clouds at sunrise, or something very similar, you know, a combination of them words. There should be a few different examples, and as far as I remember, I think there's a video out there as well.
Nice
the,
one.
only, the only reason I bring that up is because I personally haven't got an answer for it. I can't rationalize it, and I just think that, you know, it's going to come up and it has been used as well as kind of evidence against anything to the contrary of our current heliocentric model.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting point. I don't know if anybody's got anything to say about it, but it's something that, you know, obviously I can't jump in and comment until I research or look into it a bit myself, you know. But, you know, if anybody else has got anything to say about it.
I've seen the image and I've given it some thought as well, try and make some sense of it, what I'm seeing. And as you said, Chris, there are a few images of it, and it is food for thought. And I just think it's down to basis that we don't understand the science they're presenting to us, Chris. That's all it is. You're going with the knowledge they've given us. And there's something else completely different happening, is what I believe. Because it's nonsensical. It just bounces in the face of intuition. It really does. So there's something different going on, Chris, I'm afraid. I don't think it is. See, we'll see. I don't know. That's my opinion. And understood science. Like, what's the sun? What do we call it?
Well, that's
what is it?
Well, what is the sun? This is it, you know.
I think it's cold, and I think it's only hot when it enters the atmosphere. I really do. I think it's cold. I think the properties are cold. I don't know why. But like when you get it,
Martin, I don't want us to go into speculations and stuff.
I know.
At the end of the day, you know, does anybody have any solid proof of what the sun actually is? Does anybody have any solid proof of, you know, locating where the sun actually is? You know, these things are still an issue. So, you know, the heliocentric model just starts on assumptions and claims that it already knows what these things are. You know?
I found the sun's not where it's supposed to be at certain times when we done a sun tracking. Some evidence come out in that where it's not supposed to be. Everything was on a sync. Everything was 15, 20 degrees out from sun card. Nothing fitted. So what they're presenting, something else is happening.
This is the point, you know.
Some evidence there, though, Dal. There was some evidence come out.
But the sky and the stuff that goes on in the sky will never give you measurable proof of the shape of the Earth that we're standing upon. So
I'll give you that.
For me, every point about the sky really is invalid. The question is, what shape is the Earth we stand upon? Do you know what I mean?
Wish I knew.
So, you know, if anybody can give me measurable proof for the shape of the Earth you're on by a sky observation, I will accept it.
I was going to come on and act as a glober for you, and I would have done a brilliant job, and you would never have known. I was going to do act glober for you. I could have done it. You would never have known. I could have done another character. I could have acted perfect glober. And with you all of them, like, what about the ISS? How do you explain that? Because what you find is people don't even understand parabolic maneuvers when you're trying to explain it. So you got to like really go in depth. Like what's happening is when the planes are dipping, they, you know, and you got to go into every detail. It's so complex. I'm presuming they understand that, and obviously a lot don't. So you know that's a problem. So we need to express it properly, which I'm getting to.
As I say, you know. It's about what London, what the actual question is, you know, and then how do we understand that?
You bang on with the fundamentals, though. I'll give you that. The bottom line is bang on. Yeah. Disclosure.
Yeah. Right. Mike, how you doing, man?
All right, mate. You're all right.
Mike, brother. I did not.
Peace. First time I've tried because on the iPad, it's coming through real good. I can see you all like. Brilliant. Good stuff.
How are you? You all right?
Yeah, not bad. How's the bike, mate? You laid it up for the winter. Your bike.
Yeah, I know it's crap on it. You know, the weather is terrible,
especially up there.
Well, we've only got another week to go, week and a half before the sun starts to come back our way again. So
exactly. Yeah, I watched a good video the other day. The Arctic sun all the way around. It was brilliant. So they say that it's not going into any portholes or anything like a lot of people are claiming, aren't they?
Yeah.
Was that deep inside the rabbit hole video?
Well, I can't remember. It was some Norwegian guy, you know, and he got his camera set up, and he watched the sun, and he did the circle all the way around, like, and you know, because I've been watching a lot of videos, and they've been saying that it's going into portals, you know, like the Book of Enoch, which is totally bogus, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, and did that video, like deep inside the rabbit hole, did you see the sun going round the Earth rather than going down below the horizon?
Well, it went right down to the tip of the horizon and then started coming back up, but basically you can see the sun. You can see it there all the time, just going on a 360 degree.
You see it? Yeah, I'm just next to the toilet. I'll be 5 minutes.
I don't think people observe the sun for that length of period on their own, but
yeah, I have.
what they've been told about the sun, but don't actually watch the sun themselves.
I have.
Oh,
I
no.
did the other
Oh,
day,
yeah.
I was prompted, and it
To the camera to monitor it, like.
Sorry?
I can't remember the link I'd mentioned who it was, but I know it was a Norwegian guy, like.
Oh, right. Yeah, I wish more people would make more videos like that, because it's contradictory to what we've been told all our lives, the behaviour of the sun. Yeah.
Well, that's it. The more you realise you're on a flat plane as opposed to a planet, you start to watch the celestial, like the sun, the moon, and
I do like.
yeah.
What holds it up there, brother? What holds it up there? You know, it's just all of these questions start to come in. You know, it's like I believe there's some sort of gravitational, but not gravity, like electromagnetic belt or something. It's like,
That's
what
beliefs,
holds them up?
Martin. You're way into beliefs again, Martin.
No, it's just me. Yeah, I am believing. Yeah. No, I'm just putting it out there. That's how we're going to get forward learning. Look, we chuck ideas out, right, brothers? Even if they're like he says, a fallacy. But
No,
you can pick bits of truth and make a structure. This is how it's going to work.
Absolutely, yeah. I take your point, but I think we also have to stick with what we've actually observed, what we know.
Oh, yes. I've been doing observations. I watched the sun. I was prompted. A friend of mine did it about a month back, and I thought, I'm going to check this out for myself. And I watched it, and it acts. It literally acts. It doesn't go in a straight line. It acts all the way east to west when it does it. It doesn't go in a straight line. I never actually observed this before. And I tell you what else I observed this week, the retro action of the moon. I've been photographing it and, basically making a log over months. And I literally caught it at the 4 o'clock position, this one meteor called Tycho, which is the most prominent meteor on the moon's face, okay? And it was at the 4 o'clock position, and then it was at the 6 o'clock last week, and now full supermoon last night was at 7 o'clock. So when it retrogrades in that way and turns, I've actually witnessed that with my own eyes for the first time in my life. So that, I can honestly say, is empirical evidence I've observed.
Did you video record?
Oh yes, it's all here, every bit, brother. Yes.
Is it on your website?
No, I put a lot of it on my Facebook when I find the time. I gotta be honest.
Martin, come on.
Just see that. Look at all that. Look at all that. That's just the last couple of days. My supermoon.
Well, that's good.
And,
if you could upload that, that'd be great.
Oh, I will then. All right. What I'll do is I'll make some sort of splice video together, and I'll do a little bit of a narrative, and I'll put these in because they're crystal clear, and I can explain what I believe about the moon. What I found out.
No.
I won't go into
about the moon.
Sorry. Well, in my observations, and I got maps of them, and the crater sizes, and they're all around 30 kilometers in diameter. The biggest Tycho, which we'll find on the 4 o'clock position on the moon's face, is only 86 miles in diameter. So by all accounts, I can see things 36 miles in diameter clearly, and with the naked eye, 250,000 miles away. I told the next door neighbor, a woman next door, but one, when I was taking photographs, she said, "What are you doing?" And I explained. She walked away and she said, "Well, it isn't far away then, is it?" So clearly not. One up again.
I filmed stars and planets through the moon myself, and also it appears, I've studied it for a long time, and it appears that clouds are going behind it.
I've seen that. I caught it. I caught it on film, and I caught a flock of birds. I posted on my Facebook yesterday. Martin Matsons, Matsons. If anyone wants to get on there, and it's a flock of birds flying in front of the moon. How the fuck are they both in focus?
And if you can see anything through the moon, it should be black, should it not?
Delboy's back. There you are. I held the fort for you, Delboy.
What's happening? What have I missed?
I just held the fort,
Yeah, it should be black though. If you're seeing through it, you should be looking at black substance, not blue or different colours. You should be looking at space through, if you can see through it at all. Is that not right?
I've caught transparencies. I got them on here. I've done it with my own camera. So I'm not going on YouTube. What other people have presented. This is what I'm trying to do. Get my own. You've got to do your own observations at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Well, upload it. That bit. I'd like to see that.
Oh, I will. I promise you. It's looking from my computer there. If you can see it. That's just the last couple of days. Look at that, guy.
Good.
So much of it. All the phases, the waxing, the wanings. I got it all. Months and months and months of it.
What have I missed? What point are we making here?
We're just trying to work out what the hell is going on. That's all, my brother.
Well, Martin was actually pointing out observational observational sightings, what he sees of the moon. So I was there.
I'm not getting drawn into conversations about what's in the sky anymore like I used to do. It's exactly what I'm saying, that we don't live in the sky, and so it's not worth getting drawn into an argument about what the moon's doing, what the sun's doing, is it? And you bang on.
Arguments? I didn't see that.
I sort of agree with you, but I think Martin wasn't really arguing about it. He was just talking about what he's observing. So
argue?
I've got a big telescope here, and I've looked at the moon during the day, and you can see right through it. You know, you can see the blue sky coming through it. But with a flat Earth perspective, rather than getting drawn into with globers, I'm thinking about more, rather than those that are on the same ball. Like, well, excuse the pun.
Freudian slip.
See, you know what I mean? Rather than get drawn in with it with ball earthers about what the stars and what the moon and what the sun's doing, just stick to the basics. Which
is true. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Keep us tethered.
That's it.
To reality.
That's it.
You can never prove what they're doing, can you? Because we can't go up there, like you say. We don't live in the sky, and we don't know what they're doing. We're looking at them in a 2D perspective.
True.
We don't know what they're doing.
Exactly.
Until I build my rocket.
Yeah. What goes up must come down. Am I right? All these NASA rockets are just going straight into the drink, aren't they? That's why they're all on the coast.
So. What's happening in chat? Now feel free to make any other points. You don't need to wait for me
to. I used to called Malcolm. I can't remember his surname, and he's trying to say that we live on a stationary ball Earth, if you can believe that. Now I'd sooner believe in a spinning ball Earth than a stationary ball Earth. Have you heard that one before?
I've got a wee point out to make.
Right, it's starting to get a wee bit hectic in here now. So somebody else just came in there.
Yeah, I'll bounce out. God bless you, Dal. Thanks for what you do, brother.
Thank you very much, mate.
Fucking love you, brother. Good Celtic warrior. I feel you. Got a passion, and I know it. God bless you, brother.
Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Cheers.
Anything you ever need, I'm here. You know that, or I mean it.
All right.
Okay. God bless.
Can you see me all right, aye?
Yeah.
Right, Dale, I just want to say, mate, I've been watching your channel, man, and I think it's brilliant. I think the way you're handling everything and the way you're going about everything's just very, very reasonable and level-headed, mate. I think it's brilliant. So basically, my point is, right, I personally think, I mean, the evidence strongly suggests, right, that the Earth is definitely not a globe. I mean, what it is up for debate, really, until it can be explored.
Yeah.
There's no evidence other than mathematical sort of made up stuff, basically, to suggest it's a
fancy.
Aye, I mean, anybody that understands maths to any sort of kind of deep level can understand that it's created to sort of describe a model that's also been created. It doesn't create the model.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a language used to understood a created model as opposed to something that actually defines what the model is.
Yeah.
That's what maths actually is. So basically, my point is, right, and it was actually inspired by a comment that a guy made on one of your previous discussions. It wasn't on the discussion, but it was during the chat. And he basically says how humans and life on this plane, or whatever you want to call it, are characterised by a life filled with suffering. How that if you're submerged in a pond or whatever, you don't try and understand it, you just try and escape as soon as possible.
Yeah.
My point is, see if humans were to discover that the Earth is indeed flat, I'm not sure that discovery enough would be enough to solve the problem that we're actually faced with. Because what created the problem in the first place?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the fact that we believe that we're in a globe is a big problem, but what created that problem? Yeah. And I think understanding that we're not in a globe is, I mean, it's definitely in the right direction, but I don't think it's quite enough
to
solve the problem that we're faced with.
No.
And I think that problem, by and large, is people's inability to control their own mind, actually.
Yeah, it is. That's been my whole push, mate. It's about trying to show people the tools. Not that I'm claiming I'm a master at anything. That's not what I claim. But you know what I've discovered and what's held me good and took me to this point is a certain set of tools. You know, I highlighted it as the trivium. You know, it was part of the 7 liberal arts, and it's a method for communication, language, discovering the reality that we live in and how we communicate that to each other, but also understanding what sides of personality, how the mind works, these social dynamics that we're involved in, and how ego plays a role, just the whole. Trying to get right into it and actually discover it, just as you say, it's not about, all right, they've lied to us and blah, blah, blah. We need to actually understand how did we get here. Do you know what I mean?
Aye. And I think, see, to be honest with you, I think the reason that we've been told that we live in that globe is actually quite a fundamental part of the problem. Because it creates a structure where we can be heavily influenced and they can be thrown deeper into negative states of mind.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's the function of it, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think that's the main function for the dimensions that we believe that we're in, because we're getting bombarded with all sorts of nonsense and it's just deeper into a state of suffering. That's what I think.
Yeah. So somebody's watching the video on YouTube.
We're getting bombarded with all sorts of nonsense.
Somebody watching the video on YouTube because it's feeding back in. You need to mute the volume on it. I mean that's it for me. It's a psychological blindfold. That's what the globe is. If you can disorientate people, and they don't know where they are, and you put them in a state of fear, you can then start to feed them stories, of comfort that they'll grasp to, just from being in that state of confusion. And obviously, somebody's got their mic on or something. Just from being in that state of confusion. Is somebody who's in the hangout, are they watching this on the YouTube?
Yeah, I'll have to go now anyway, Dale. I think it's me because I'm watching it on my iPad.
I will see when you're in the hangout, mate. You just mute the volume on the YouTube video because it comes through on this.
Right. I'll do that for next time then. I just popped in to show my face and to give you a bit of support.
Thank you very much, mate.
All right.
Is it, buddy? On this.
Next time then. I just popped in to show my face and to give you a bit of support.
Thank you very much, mate. All right. On this.
Next time then. I just popped in to show my face and to give you a bit of support. Thank you very much, mate. On this. Next time then. I just popped in to show my face and to give you
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Have I muted that?
Yeah, could I just add something to what Stephen just said? Yeah, I agree with you with the points that you raised. The overall topographical nature of it being flat is quite significant to describe, just that, the overall topographical nature. But for me personally, the key issue would be that we're being lied to about where we are. I think that would be, for me personally, that's where I would move towards, trying to establish at least, where I'm not first, which is where we're told we are, the current accepted heliocentric spinning globe ball model. And yeah, okay, it does strongly suggest and appear to be overall topographically flat, but that isn't as important to me personally as the fact that we're being lied to about where we are. And then further on from that would be to try and find out the nature of our reality, which is, to try and establish where we are really.
I agree with your saying, definitely. Sorry, Dale, on you go. Sorry, mate, on you go.
No, carry on, Steve, on you go.
I can see what you're saying. To find out where we are is a massive part of the progress. But people differ, from person to person. I mean, some people don't even care if they're on a globe or if they're on a flat earth. It has like no impact on a person's happiness whatsoever. They just don't care. And you see it all the time. People just aren't really that interested. But at the same time, if the people who like want to know, obviously like myself, if the earth's flat or no, like that alone, I don't think has got like the power to make my human experience more meaningful. I think that there needs to be other key elements involved, and I think discovering the flat, like the two dimensions of an environment, are a big player in that. But I think, for instance, if it came out tomorrow that we don't live in a globe and it was a mass sort of like everybody knew, is it really going to solve the problem of what there was in the world? Is it going to stop people from kill each other? Is it, all these negative, destructive emotions in people's minds, is it going to really reduce them? Because I think ultimately they're actually the biggest factors that play into the quality of a human experience.
Well,
is the resets, you know.
But that's it, you know. I've said that to people before. These people who might be narcissistic, destructive, whatever people want to label them as, you know, people talk as if, you know, they should be fixed or you know, dealt with in some way. But for me, it's just about understanding. So I don't know if that was relevant to the point you were making there, but you know, people are in a state. I spoke about this with Often Red the other night. You know, we're judging people from a state of captivity. We're already, you know, however long down the line of this programming and these cultures. So it's hard to judge, you know, what people are really like without all that. I think that I agree, it's totally vital, as I've always said, that we know where we are. We need that foundation first and foremost. What effect it would have, you know, we would have to see. If they were to show us really where we were, you know, and it was really true, we could actually see where we were. Who knows what effect it would have? I don't know. Who knows? That's all I can push for.
I definitely think. See, to be honest, I think that the problem is ignorance. I think that's the problem. Ignorance to the truth. I think that's why people search for the truth, because they're ignorant to the truth.
Yeah.
I think ignorance is a problem. So, I mean, ignorance comes in many forms. You know, I mean, I think to understand like the dimensions of where we actually are, that's one part of the ignorance. But I think there's like other parts of it as well. For instance, people's like inability to control their own anger, people's problems of discontent. I mean, they're big factors that play into a person's human experience, and I think collectively that can have a massive impact on the environment that we're in. And in fact, I would go a step further in saying that the people who are creating this problem have got massive problems of anger, attachment, discontentment, jealousy, hatred, all these negative emotions. And if these negative emotions didn't exist in these people's minds, then this problem would never have been created in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I just think I think it goes quite deep. You know what I mean? I think it does really go quite deep. And my point is, I'm trying to make, like, people can control these things. You know?
Yeah.
They don't make any effort or whatever. Like, they've got no. I mean,
you need to want it. You need to want to progress. You need to want to know more and understand. You have to have that about you. I just happen to have that about me. Whether it's something that you're born with, I don't know. You know, or your situation. As I say, if I was born in a situation of huge wealth, and you know, I had fancy trinkets and holidays and stuff to keep me distracted, would I ever even consider any of this? You know, or was it just my situation that triggered me to this, you know, pursue this line of thought, you know?
I know what you're saying, mate. Definitely.
Aye.
So some people don't want to question it.
No.
I think. I mean, it's hard to pinpoint where that comes from. To be honest, it's hard to pinpoint where it comes from because it's just a complex issue. You know what I mean? It's complex.
You know, for me, when they removed that foundation, you know, people are starting to live a lie. One generation starts to live that lie, and then the next generation, you you know, and for me, what we're witnessing now is the results. You know, as far as, you know, and I've said it to Marty a few times, what I see with people is like a normal reaction to an abnormal situation. You know what I mean? As I say, who knows if the whole thing was reversed and it was revealed where we really were, you know, and whatever knowledge and info that they're keeping back from us, who knows the effect, or whether there is just, you know, types of people who are always going to be narcissistic like that, and have they traits about them. Is it something that's genetic? I don't know. You know, again, it's like the realms of philosophy, you know, our theory. We could be living in a pond here that, you know, the whole Noah thing, you're bringing lives from different ponds and putting them in one place. This whole thing could just be, you know, there is no fixing it because it's no natural. Do you know what I mean?
I personally think it's a dimensional thing that we're stuck in, if you want to put it that way. I think this dimension, this isn't like a fact. I'm not saying this is like a statement of fact. I can't prove it. But at the same time, I wouldn't say it's exactly completely philosophical either. Because you can observe things and it does make sense logically.
Yeah.
I think it's personally, I feel that it's a dimension that we're trapped in. I think like this physical realm that we're trapped in is just defined and characterised by a lot of suffering. And I think the only thing keeping us in here is our mindset.
Yeah. Attachment to it. I've said that, you know, I've always said that.
Exactly, mate. Attachment to it.
It's attachment to this, you know, and valuing it in some way. And when I look at the overall picture of this, you know, nature's not a very pretty thing. You know, animals might be cute and fuzzy, and, you know, and people can have a subjective view on different things. But at the end of the day, the overall thing of it is survive, you know, and live in fear of being hunted by some predator. You know, and something needs to feed on something else in order to survive. It's not, you know, and people talk about gods and creations, oh, it's wonderful, and I go, come on to fuck. You know, you want to claim an omnipotent, you know, why create this shit? You know, it could create perpetual bliss for itself and never be any the wiser, you know? So none of that stuff adds up for me. You know, there's something else going on here. But
I completely agree with you, mate, 100%. And I think the problem is as well, it's like, see with this like heliocentric model, it's just like an ideal platform for us to be bombarded with stuff that just increases our attachment for this place. It's like a problem that just perpetuates itself. You know what I mean? It's like
if you're attached to it, yeah, that's it. I mean, I always say to people, you need to question what your attachment to this place actually is. Have a look at it. Never mind the distractions and the illusions that your culture creates, the technologies and all that stuff. You know, look at the bigger picture. Sorry to change the subject. I'm just going to say hello here, Jeremy. Jeremy's just come in.
Hi, mate.
Hiya. You all right?
I'm good, thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Hey, Jeremy.
All right, I've got a question for you.
Go for it.
I've heard, I've heard you talk about full exploration and full exposure. I'm just interested to know how that would play out.
How it would play out?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, who would do the exploration and who would do the exposure?
Well, you know, who operates everything just now? People.
Right, but you already reject what they offer. So what would
so every single man and woman in the military are pushing the globe to me? Is that, you know, that's not the reality.
So how would you move from the state of affairs we have now to a different state of affairs where secrets were revealed or some sort of exploration took place? For instance, who would do the exploring?
Well, you know, people who are qualified, who already operate military vehicles and who are trained in them. And there's many generations of them. So,
but people have already done that, haven't they? And
What?
you're rejecting that exploration. So what would make new exploration different to?
who's the people? What people?
I'm sorry.
What people? Well, you're saying people have already done the exploration. What people?
What people?
Yeah.
Well, everyone from Columbus to Cook.
But that you're now citing stories and stuff.
So, I mean, what do you? Well, I mean, where do you pick up on history then?
Well, I don't. What do you mean? Where do I pick up on history?
Well, I mean, are you saying that
you're asking me to take something that's written down in a book and take that as reality?
I would seriously question the credibility of people.
Well, I mean, is the fact that something's written down in a book a reason, to automatically reject it as?
No, but it's also no verifiable proof either.
Right. Well, but there's more reasons to believe it than that.
Well, you can extrapolate on that.
So you just deny that there have been explorers in the past. That's your position on it.
No, there's definitely been claims of explorers in the past, but I don't claim that any of that's true. I wasn't there. I can't verify or falsify any of the stuff.
Right. So how would you verify or falsify new exploration?
Well, it would be en masse. You're asking me what
would it be en masse?
Well, you're asking me what my ideal goal would be if I was in control right now. You're asking me what I would do if I was in control right now.
Well, no, I'm asking you what you would do right now.
Well, if I had control of the militaries of the world, I would.
Well, no, you haven't got control of.
Well, exactly.
Right, but so how do you plan to move from the one state of affairs to the other state of affairs?
What state of affairs?
The state of affairs we have now to one of full exposure or full exploration.
I can only contribute and keep going forward with what I'm doing right now, and keep saying the truth and keep pushing the message, and hope that it spreads and that other people adopt it and realise the truth. And when it gets to a point where it's critical mass, it's people that run everything. And if people are asking the question and people want to know, then it will happen.
Right. So we get to a point where a large proportion of the population are taking your stance on this, and they, what do? They demand from their MP that exploration takes place. I mean, what?
How do you?
You tell me. How do you see it playing out? Is what my question was.
See it planning out?
I'm sorry.
What's your plan? I mean, how do you see it playing out? What other options is there?
Well, I don't think it will play out.
Well,
I mean, I don't think that Flat Earth offers anything. It doesn't offer any compelling evidence, and there's mountains of compelling evidence that suggests that it isn't the case. I understand you don't take a Flat Earth position, but I mean, I don't know what the position would be of, we don't believe stuff. I mean, that's not really a position.
No, what do you mean we don't believe stuff? I can only go with observable, repeatable, testable reality. So if you have proof, are you making a claim that it's a globe?
No, I'm not. I'm asking you about how exploration and exposure would take place.
Well, we keep progressing the way I'm going forward just now. I've quite clearly expressed my ideal situation.
But again, if a large proportion of the population share your view, what happens then?
Well, you get exploration. The military equipment is used for full exploration.
Right, and how will you verify that exploration? How will you, if they're lying to you already, how will you know that they're no longer lying to you?
Because it's transparent and it should be opened up to everybody, free travel. Everybody can go and verify it for themselves. That's the problem. The problem is that the controls and the restrictions that are in place. If they remove that, then people like me and I can get some friends and we can just go ourselves.
Well, what controls and restrictions are in place to prevent you from traveling?
Oh, come on. that's just ignorant.
Well,
No,
you've
what-
made the
what-
claim. What is-
So there's so you don't think there's border controls, you don't think there's patrols and restricted
Well,
areas?
of course there are, but I can
Right.
show my passport at them and cross them. It's not a problem. I mean, I've been around a fair bit of the world. I mean, I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, can I just say something?
Sure.
I mean, you're talking about you can travel freely. See any country that you've ever travelled to, you've followed a predetermined route, a predetermined flight path that's been set out by these kind of government agencies or whatever. And every time you get on a flight, you're just following these same flight paths. You've not got any. You're basically like getting on a bus. You're just getting on one place, getting off at another.
Well, I mean, that's true if you fly, but it's not true if you drive, or it's not true if you go on a ship.
You can't cross water in a car.
Sorry?
Can't cross water in a car.
No, but you can in a ship.
Yeah, you can, but then again, there's still predetermined routes using satellite navigation. If you try and go off course, if you try and go anywhere near Antarctica, and there is accounts of people doing it, they either get there's military intervention.
Yeah, all the
Well,
North.
there wasn't actually. I mean, the guy that you're talking about, the Norwegian guy, what he did was he got off in Antarctica, provoked a polar bear, which is actually what he was charged with, and shot video of this, took it home and put it on national TV, and that's when he was charged with with provoking a polar bear.
That's really
He was actually able to land in Antarctica, and people go there all the time. We know they do. You can take a trip there. I mean, as you say, you're going on a predetermined route, but you can go there.
You go there, but see if you try and go to Antarctica, you're only allowed in a very, very small region of Antarctica, and it's fenced off. That's the only place you can visit. You can't go to Antarctica. And
Well, I mean, if you go as a holiday maker, but there's nothing actually physically to stop you going as an explorer. I mean, you may not. I accept that you might not have the funding to do it, but
Jeremy, you're talking as if you've done this already.
What I'm not.
I take it you've been and explored around about Antarctica to know that you're free.
Well,
to go.
I've been as far as New Zealand, but I haven't been any further than that. But I'm not making any claims about Antarctica.
To go to somewhere like Antarctica, you've got to be specially trained. You've got to have knowledge. You've got to have an expedition there. You've got to have equipment. You've got to have
People go out. People take. I mean, cruise ships go there throughout the summer, throughout the Antarctic summer, all the time.
Yeah,
to
predetermine.
And there are flights. Okay, they're predetermined, but you don't need any special training to go on them.
You do if you're going to explore Antarctica.
Well, of course you would, but what I'm saying, I mean, that isn't a physical barrier, is it? I mean, okay, you and I might not be up to it or have the funding for it, but it's an actual physical barrier.
Let's take Antarctica out of the equation. There's parts on the there's parts of the globe, if you will, that we're not even allowed to go to. There's like military training grounds. There's full islands that we're not even allowed to go to. Yeah. So to say that we're allowed free exploration, even within like the compounds where we think they are, that's just not true. It's not true.
Well, I mean, of course, within the country I live or within some other country, there are places that are private property, but of course there are. I mean, you seem to be proposing some sort of hippy dippy world where everyone's allowed to, there's no land ownership and everyone's allowed to sort of, wander around wherever you like. And Del seems to be proposing some world where everyone gets free travel. I mean, I don't think this is really very realistic.
That's just your claim. That it's not very, none of us are making claims about.
Well, who's going to fund free travel for everyone? If it's a realistic claim.
Jeremy, you're just twisting this conversation.
You said that. That was your claim.
I said what?
You said that I was asking you how you would validate new exploration, right. And you said it would be transparent, free travel for everyone.
But free to travel, okay. Anywhere you like.
And how are you restricted? So what you want is actually borders, there to be no more countries or no border controls.
Well, they're illusions anyway.
But that's irrelevant. Is that what you're saying?
You're talking about the constructs that have already been created, and you just want to adhere to them. That's just the way it is. I don't accept.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm asking you about how you would move this forward, because this is what I don't understand. You see, let me expand my argument.
No, just stop a wee minute, right? What is your actual point here? What are you trying to achieve here?
I'm asking you some questions. You said you were open for questions. I've asked you some questions, and you don't seem very well equipped to answer them.
I'm very well.
Not about exploration and exposure, and yet you don't seem to have any idea of what that actually means or how it would play out. So I'll ask you it again. How will you validate new exploration and exposure?
How it would play out? I tell you what, because this has never fucking happened before, right? And everybody is trying to work out what the fuck's going on, right? Nobody has the answers. I can only head towards my ideal situation, right? Which is wanting to know where I am. And the only way to falsify or verify any of that is a full exploration. Right, that's where I have to aim for.
But I don't understand what the phrase "full exploration" means.
Could I interject here for a minute? I mean, just in the news last week, that they were stating on site in Antarctica that there's new limits to the fishing industries where you can't go and fish in Antarctica. They've banned all independent boats and fishing in that area.
That's not true.
That was on the news last week.
Hang on. I'm sorry, John, but that's not true. The new rules on Antarctica relate solely to fishing and only to certain types of fish. I've read it. They make no mention of private boats. That is flat earth nonsense. And if you can support it, go ahead.
Well, they were saying there that it's backed up by the military. So if they're going to deter any fishing boats from coming in there, I'm quite sure, of course, they can't put it in writing, but they're going to deter anybody else as well.
Well, what evidence do you have that it's defended by the military?
The evidence of radar systems, if anybody independent was going there, the radar systems would pick them up. And the fact that we don't have much...
No. My question is, what evidence do you have that Antarctica is guarded by the military?
From what other people have said, so... I'm not
military bases.
So hearsay. You have hearsay.
Let me finish. I'm not taking that as gospel, but then I'm looking for evidence of independent travellers travelling to Antarctica, which I don't know of any apart from the ones that have been arrested. So I would like to see evidence of independent people getting to Antarctica.
So you would say that if I could show you a web page now that offered cruises to Antarctica, you would say that was probably fake, or
you're assuming my response was, which is not fair.
Well, I know. I mean, I was asking you the question. I mean, I'm just. I want to save ourselves some time.
No, you're assuming my response.
Go ahead. Give me your response.
I would look at it, and then I would give you a response. And if it's just written, if it's just ink on a piece of paper, then that's not validation for me. But I'll take it on board. So that here's somebody saying they've been there. Then perhaps I could research that and go and contact the person who's making that claim that they went there. Perhaps I could do further research into that. But nobody has given me any evidence that any independent people have travelled to Antarctica.
So your standard of evidence would be personally interviewing someone who had been to Antarctica. That is what you'd need to believe that people had gone there on say a cruise that went around the coast and landed on the edge.
John, hang on a wee minute.
I would be open to that, and I would say that's a good start. Then I would say, okay, that's the first time you've ever been there independently. Did you film it? Did you think of filming it? Have you got any video evidence? I might take the word for it, but I still don't know 100%. I would still have some doubt, but I wouldn't be calling him out to be a liar.
Right. But where I was going with John really was, if that's your standard of evidence, you say that's where you'd start. I mean, so what I'm saying is you wouldn't accept less than that. I mean, you would, let's say that, for instance, if you, I don't know, let's say you read...
No, you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say I would accept less than that.
Okay, well, that's where I was trying to get. That's where
if there was something less than that, I'd say fair point, but don't expect me to believe it unless I could validate that with further evidence and further research.
Yeah. But
keep an open mind until I had some evidence to back up the claim that was made that independent people are able to get to Antarctica.
right, but
No, Jeremy, you've had enough questions. I'm going to ask you questions now. Right?
sure,
Right.
go ahead.
What shape's the Earth?
Well, I think the Earth is a globe.
Do you have any proof?
Well, I think the best proof is pictures from space.
You're just here to troll, aren't you?
Sorry?
You're just here to try and troll, Jeremy.
Oh,
You're loading questions and then putting up as if you know what the response is going to be. You're applying logical fallacies. No, Jeremy. You know, you're an illogical chap, right?
well, tell me what I've said that's illogical.
Well, you're making statements that are loaded with emotion. You know.
Hold on. What statement have I made that's loaded with emotion?
Look.
You assume what people are thinking and what the response is going to be.
Well, I was just trying to save time, John. That's all I was doing.
No,
was trying to get to a point without having to bother getting web pages up and things like that. That's all I was doing.
So, do you have any measurable proof that the Earth is a globe?
Well, I mean, you could measure what you saw in a photograph.
Could I ask you a question? Could I ask you a question?
I mean,
photographs and space.
Hang on. You could use geodetic surveying to measure the curvature here on Earth. I mean, there's loads of ways you can measure it.
Show us your proofs.
Jeremy, can you explain to me, like you're referencing presumably the NASA photographs of Earth from space?
Right.
Presumably you've seen the contradiction of the sizes of America with each year of different photographs.
Yeah.
Can you explain that to me?
Yes. The satellite that took the 2002 image is, let me see if I can remember the name of it, Suomi NK. It's in a polar orbit. So that means it's orbiting around the poles rather than roughly around the equator. So that means it's possible for it to take a picture from kind of, if you like, underneath the Earth looking up.
Yeah,
so I think that. Hang on. I'm not there. So
I'm losing with you when you're saying words like possible and that. But anyway, carry on.
Hang on. Well, why? Go ahead.
Well, if maybe possible, both photographs have the ball is actually the same size, so it's the same distance. The photograph's been taken from the same distance.
Well, it's actually there's three effects at play. One effect is that the satellite's in a polar orbit. The second effect is that the Suomi NK image is it's a series of scans, and the third factor is just the zoom on the camera, the way the camera's been zoomed. No, hang on. Can
I interject?
I'm nearly there. Let me finish. Come on. You can wait a few seconds.
Right, Dale, we've got to get a buzzer, I tell you.
You can wait a few seconds. There's a great video of this that shows this by Flat Earth Math when he was in a debate with, I think, Antonio Subirats, where he shows this. He's actually got a globe. He goes out, films it with a camera, changes his position, zooms in, and you get exactly the same effect. It matches perfectly. These it's all about the focal length of the camera. And
if I can interject a bit here. First of all, I welcome you on here because you're probably the only one that's come on arguing the globe, so I think that's great. But however, having experienced quite a lot of photography myself, I'm sorry, but whatever lens or zoom lens you're using, or even angle and position, that both of those blue marble shots are completely the same size and measurement from the same angle. And to have America almost a quarter the size of the globe in one photo, in proportionate, whatever angle you're taking it from, America is in proportionate size to the rest of the globe. And on the other one, it's more proportionate in size, but a lot smaller. Now that obviously states that shows that one of these is false, if not both of them. Now, you couldn't have a discrepancy of that size on the Earth because America is far too big from whatever angle you took it from.
Well, the whole point is, look, this is the thing, Jeremy. Do you accept images as conclusive proof?
No, I think I said I thought they were the best proof because they're
Right,
easily accessible. There's plenty of them.
Hang on, John. Jeremy, you understand that the place is covered in water?
Of course, yeah.
Right. So rationally, and scientifically, you're going to claim that vast bodies, oceans, are curving round the exterior of a sphere.
Sure.
Right. So where is your practical example?
Well, the Earth is a practical example.
No. You can't just use an excuse.
So you want me to produce another planet?
No, I don't want you to produce another planet.
Okay, so what would be acceptable proof?
A working model of a ball with water on it.
Okay, so, but I know you understand the reasoning behind this, and I think that it's really a waste of time getting into it. But if this is where you want to go, this is where we'll go. You understand. What you say is that water always finds its level.
It has to be contained. It doesn't conform to the exterior of shapes.
So what is your explanation for that? Do you have an explanation?
I don't have to. That's the behaviour that we observe in the test.
Observation.
Right, but you don't have any explanation for it. You don't have any
observation is an explanation, though, Jeremy.
Sorry?
Observation is an explanation.
No, it's not.
I would imagine it to be it's an energetically efficient state for any fluid to actually remain in.
I'm sorry?
I would actually argue that the reason it goes to a level is because it's the most energetically efficient state for that fluid to be in. If it was to be in the same respect why a bubble is a sphere, it's the most energetically efficient shape for that fluid to be in. That's why it goes to level. It's the most energetically efficient. That's why.
Well, why is energy required to make it a different shape then?
No, Jeremy. Look, it's natural science. It's about observing the natural world and the behaviours in the natural world. The natural physics of water, right? It does not conform to the exterior of shapes. It can.
Well, that's not entirely true.
Well, show me a body of water conforming to the exterior of a shape.
Well, imagine for instance.
Imagine.
Well,
no, this is natural.
Hold on.
No fantasy.
You can be charitable. You don't.
No,
well,
I'm
let's
not
see
imagining.
if you can. Let's see if you can, Dal, shall we? Imagine that. Come on.
Imagine.
Yeah, imagine for a moment the front of a
imagination, Jeremy.
Come on. Imagine for a moment the front of a ship or a boat. Okay, it's going through the water at speed. Does the water push up against the front of the ship? Would you see a wave around the front of the ship?
No, it doesn't push up against the ship. The ship is propelling the water away.
Would you see that?
Sorry.
Would that water be conforming to the front of the ship, the shape of the front of the ship?
Jeremy, you're the only one that's doing this, and you're not giving people the chance to talk, right?
I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
So, right, is the Earth a ship moving through a body of water?
No.
Right. So, what's your point?
Well, I'm drawing the claim that you made was that water never conforms to a shape.
If it's in motion, if something's pushing through it, then obviously there's motion.
All right, so there's an addendum now to your hypothesis. Is that right? You've just added a bit to your hypothesis.
No, you're the one that's trying to push this point. It's very
simple. Your claim was that water can't conform to a shape. And yet, I think we're agreeing that there are situations where it does.
Right. Is the Earth a ship moving through a body of water?
No.
Right. Your point's invalid.
But that's irrelevant because we're talking about your claim that water cannot conform to a shape. That was the claim that you made, wasn't it?
Water is movable.
You can retract the claim if you want. That's fine. But
if the ship's sitting still and it's in a body of water, right, and you sink the ship.
Right, but my example is a moving ship.
Right, why? What's the point?
Because that is an example of where water does conform to a shape.
It's
that
not
you say it can't.
It's not. There's motion. It's not a standing body of water.
Like the water's standing, the ship's moving.
Right. So is the Earth a ship moving through a body of water?
No,
Right,
but
the claim
I'm
is that the Earth is
demonstrating that
running-
your claim that water can't conform to a shape is incorrect. You would agree that that's not correct, is it?
Jeremy, I think we should leave that point and get back to why you think it's.
Well, why? Why have we got to leave that point? I just
because we're running in circles here.
well, as long as you can agree that you're incorrect about that.
That I'm incorrect that water does not conform to the exterior of shapes.
Yeah.
Will you show me a body of water conforming to the exterior of a shape?
Well, I've given you an example. I mean, are you saying that
Give me
doesn't
an example of a ship moving through a body of
well,
water?
I'll give you a better example if you like. Would you like? I can screen share it if you want.
This is how silly this globe religion gets, right?
Well, you've asked me for an example, and now you're calling me silly. I mean, do you want an example or not?
I think your point was silly, maybe, rather than you being silly, Jeremy.
Well, why?
I think the example that you
Is
used.
the Earth's not a ship moving through a body of water? That's why.
That's irrelevant. The point I'm making, Del, is that there are circumstances where water does conform to a shape, and you have to admit that that is the case.
No, I think the difference is that the boat is forcing the water to go in a direction. The water is
I
not
don't care about
conforming to
any of
any
that.
shape.
It doesn't
No,
make
you're
any difference.
interrupting me.
That's irrelevant.
Jeremy, you've spoken, but you're interrupting every time I try to speak.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that it's got nothing to do with the water forming into any shape. This boat is angle of attack is going through water, and it's forcing the water to move in a direction. So the water itself is not forming any shapes.
Well, of course it does.
It's a reaction from the boat forcing the water away from it.
I understand there's a reason for it, but the point is it does conform to a shape.
But I think we're disagreeing on that point. So I think we're going round in circles.
How could it not? Well, okay, let me give you another example.
Listen. I'm not letting you away with this, Jeremy, right? Because you need to get to what the claim actually is. Now, the claim.
We were talking about your claim.
Listen,
we weren't getting to what the claim is.
Listen, you're just trying to twist it, right? I'm going to mute you if you don't.
You're trying to force me to make claims.
Right, Jeremy, I'm going to have to mute you because you're too ignorant, right? This is the fact, right? The claim is the Earth is a sphere with vast bodies of water conforming to the exterior of it, right? Yeah, that's a claim that's how water behaves. Okay, offer a practical example. If you're talking about a ship moving through a body of water, there's motion and the water's going to move and flow to that shape, right? If it was standing still, that's not going to happen. Okay, simple as that. So are you trying to say that the Earth is a ship moving through a body of water, right? If that's your claim, fair enough, right? But that's not your claim.
No, my claim is that you're incorrect when you say that water cannot conform to a shape. That's
Standing bodies of water will not conform to the exterior of a shape.
Well, as I thought we'd agreed that they do in the case that I've described.
No, I think we're talking about different things there, Jeremy. I don't think you.
Okay, can I give you another example then?
Go for it.
Okay, I'm going to need to screen share for this. Hang on.
Also, it'd be interesting to see if you had any other evidence apart from.
I know.
The NASA.
Denial of reality.
Hold on. Well, this is your favourite subject, mate, not mine. Okay, can you see this?
Yep.
See this water sticking to a spinning ball?
You're right, Jeremy. I've been wrong all along.
Is the water conforming to the shape?
It's in a flat fucking swimming pool, right?
Hang on. Your claim again is that water never conforms to a shape, and yet here that we can see that it does.
Objects forcing water in a direction is not water.
The reason why it's happening is entirely irrelevant. The fact that it's happening is what is relevant. Well, remember, you're not able to explain why water is always level. So no explanations are required here. All is required is the observation.
Yes,
that's what you guys said.
Water is a flowing liquid which stops when it reaches its level.
Well, why isn't this the same level as a swimming pool then? We can
Something is forcing it down. The ball is forcing us
sticking to a spinning ball.
Listen. Right. Is this your fucking representation of the earth here? This ball in the swimming pool?
No.
Right. So what are you trying to claim?
That you're incorrect.
What you're seeing there is patches of water adhesion, right?
So what you're saying is that there are circumstances when water can conform to a spherical shape.
I don't think anybody said that.
It's adhesion. It's not it's adhesion. Right?
As much as
And surface tension. I've never denied. Listen, Jeremy, I've never denied any of these things, right? So don't misrepresent.
I'm sorry, I thought you were denying it.
No, you see, again, you're just making assumptions, right? I've been very patient with you, and when you watch this back, and I'll highlight the logical fallacies galore with you, right?
Well, highlight them now. Go ahead.
Well, for a start, you're trying to represent the Earth as a ship moving through a body of water.
No,
you're then trying to argue.
I was not trying to do that. That's a
Jeremy.
I said several times that that's not true.
Listen,
but don't
shush. Right, muted. Wish the baton. Shut up. Right. Yeah, man. If you calm down now. Right, you're trying to represent the earth and make silly claims, right, about boats moving through bodies of water. Understand your claim. If you're claiming it's a globe and you're somehow trying to argue for vast oceans conforming to the exterior of a sphere, you're sadly mistaken, right? You're making silly, irrelevant points, right? You're going to unmute your mic. Right, try and be a good boy.
No need to be patronising, Dallas. As
Well,
long as we've admitted that you're incorrect on that.
There's no need to be ignorant and keep talking over the top of people, Jeremy. Right?
You just unmuted me. Unmuted me. Oh, we're doing mimicry now, are we? Well.
Mute.
I've just done that, Del. I can't listen to that man anymore.
Yeah, just eject him. Absolute clown.
You can eject him. I can't.
Right. That's the stuff that you have to put up with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like fanaticism. You know, it's like
it wouldn't have been so bad if he was willing to not interrupt people and talk over them.
Yeah.
You know, but he kept interrupting and wouldn't give somebody else a chance to respond to his question.
It's a practiced conversational device he was employing, right, to try and steer what was going on here. Obvious.
The same old tactics. Yeah.
I've noticed that there's a distinct lack of people that have got a proof, though.
Of course, this is the thing. You get lunatics who come on and they try and deny observable reality. Right? You can see the tactics that they try and use. Coming up with scenarios to try and convince you that water, standing bodies of water, will conform to the exterior of the sphere. It's absolutely ridiculous, and how any rational mind can claim anything to the contrary. You know what I mean? It's beyond me. But it just proves that it's probably just for trolling. You know what I mean?
Well, it was entirely for trolling, though, and what he locked in on was the selective interpretation of the word conform.
Yeah.
Right, where we all know what we're talking about here. We're talking about adhesion over a three-dimensional surface.
Yeah.
And the boat argument doesn't stand, I'm afraid.
No, of course it doesn't.
I think when you observe what he was actually showing you, I think that actually completely disproves that oceans can stay on a sphere, because the water constantly falls off. I mean, I don't think he was being serious, to be honest. I don't think he's serious. I think he's just a trollmate, to be honest, because
Yes.
he wasn't open for discussion. He wasn't open for constructive discussion. He was just open for pushing what he. Well, in fact, I don't even know if he believes.
But it's fine because it highlights the cult behaviour of these people that are in this globe cult. You know, that highlights it perfectly. You know, there's discussion and there's cohesion between us until, you know, a globe disciple appears in the scene. You know, and then it all goes to fuck.
Exactly.
So, you know, that's how they want to represent themselves and put themselves across. It shows you everything, you know.
Right.
So I thought we might actually get a proof, you know, but it's always the imagine this scenario and imagine that scenario. Natural science isn't about imagination. You know what I mean? I can imagine unicorns.
Well, his number one proof was, or he said not number one, but his best proof was the photographical evidence of the whole globe. That was his number one.
You can't use that as proof. I think anybody in their right mind has to understand that. You can't use a photograph as proof of where you are. I mean, just look at all the. I mean, you just need to look at your latest film. Think about the landscapes that you create. Anybody can create these images. You know what I mean? It's no proof. It's no scientific proof. And I mean, if anybody out there is, I mean, if that's the only reason that people think they live in a globe, it's because they're seeing photographs. I think they need to question that. And I think if anybody's listening now, they need to actually really start to question that, because it's no proof, and that's a fact.
No, of course it's not, and it's you know, it's not unfalsifiable. We can't, you know, we're no part of these organisations. We're only a select few are in these positions, you know. And at the end of the day, I'm open to it. You know, if NASA put cameras 360 degrees around a rocket, unedited, live feed and fire a rocket up, shows the whole journey, uninterrupted, you know, and 360 the whole way, then, you know, I'll accept that.
Yeah, but they can't, and they never have done, and they never will do.
No. So, you know, and you get this tactic with the Jeremy character, you know, an image. You know, and if we're going to start using images as proofs, then, you know, I can prove anything. You know, and then it's up to you. You know, I can just say, well, that's reality. I can produce an image of a fucking unicorn, right? Make it look realistic. So therefore, that's my proof that they're real. You need to prove me wrong. You know, you can't falsify it. It's nonsense. And anyway, as I say, you know, the images will never trump, you know, the natural reality that we're living in. And water is the biggest proof, and they fucking know it is, right? Because it's undeniable. So, you know, an image will never trump that fact that that's how water behaves. What's happening in the chat?
The video that he presented as well did clearly demonstrate that the water was coming off at even a very slow revolution, you know. So it kind of as well, trying to make the point, it proved the point that water doesn't stick to a spherical surface when even spun at a very slow velocity.
And it's get accurate with your representation. You know, the Earth's not a bouncy ball with a smooth sheen surface with, you know, a couple of bits of water stuck to it. You know, it's vast bodies of water. You know, get your sphere and make sure there's trenches dug out it. Fill the fucking trenches with what, you know, shows that. You know, it's ridiculous. It's never going to happen. So they don't even accurately represent their models. They just try and use trickery in order to sway their argument. You know.
Aye.
So.
Sorry, I'm just reading some of these comments and I'm just trying to find out what's actually going on.
What is happening? I haven't even looked at any of the comments.
People are just slating that guy that was on it. I think anybody in their right mind can see what a fucking idiot that guy was. Sorry for my language, but come on. I mean, I respect anybody with an opinion, right? But he wasn't just trying to have a constructive discussion. You know what I mean? But that's what we're in here for. That's what we're trying to do, is to get to some sort of conclusion, logical conclusion, or to deepen some understanding. But that guy's he needs to work on himself a lot to make any progress before he can actually start trying to discuss with other people.
Yeah.
He's got some serious.
Oh, I think he was presenting somebody who's not just to get us going. I don't think he was legitimate to what he was presenting himself.
No,
I totally agree, John. Totally agree.
no, just a wind up.
Aye.
But that's it.
Definitely.
This is what you've got to deal with, you know.
Aye.
So
Yeah. I always find that people who aren't that confident in what they're saying is true or accurate is that they shout over you or talk over you. They don't have the confidence just to listen and then respond calmly. They have to talk over you to. When I asked for as evidence for the two different sizes of photograph, you know, he would talk over and quickly go off into some technical jargon about angles and lenses. But if he just spoke calmly and made his point and listened to the counter argument, then I could maybe think he was more genuine. But everything about him told me he wasn't very genuine.
No. He knows fine well what he's doing. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, you can't represent your claims by using different scenarios. You know, represent your claims accurately.
Yeah, and as you say, it's images. You know, with today's software technology, you can have Mickey Mouse on a pink elephant flying around the moon and make it look real. But
that's it.
Anyway, it was fun having him on. Eh?
That's it. That's what we hope for. So, cheers for the laugh, Jeremy. that bit with the green ball, that was it for me.
Oh, I know.
I'm surprised we never get the branch with a wee drip of water on the end of it.
Oh dear.
Oh, fucking hell, man.
It makes a change to Flat Earthers being laughed at.
That's it. You know, for me, it's the comedy sketches about the globe. It's that fucking ridiculous.
There will be in years to come.
Aye. Well, how stupid were we?
Yeah, absolutely.
How could we?
That's what I'm saying. Well, at least have on your gravestone. I knew.
I wasn't the last.
Absolutely.
They better jump ship before it gets, you know, so they can act cool.
But then you can't blame Jeremy really. I mean, I'm sure he was just working his ticket, doing what he gets paid for.
That's it. That's it. Yeah, there wasn't any rational discussion there.
No.
So, to say for any, you know, rational, intellectual, scientific mind to start trying to claim that, you know, vast bodies of water can conform to the exterior of shapes. You know?
I honestly did think when he produced that ball in the water, I did think it was a complete joke, but then I seen he was serious about it. So
I know, but it's not that. It's in the swimming pool and the water's fucking nice and level. The sea in the background, nice and level.
It's quite ironic, actually.
Oh,
dear.
Easy. Yeah.
Oh well, at least he came on, though. Eh?
That's
it. For that.
Aye.
Man. Good for you.
That's
it. I'm going to head off, mate. I've got some stuff to do, right?
Right, Stephen. Cheers, buddy, for coming on.
Bye.
Cheers, Stephen.
See you later, John. See you later, Chris, mate. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
No, cheers, man.
See you later.
See you later, mate.
Bye.
So, aye, funny.
You got epistemology for truth in chat. There is no flat Earth map corresponding to the actual flight times and the type of terrain you see. Well, nobody's here is claiming that there is a map at the moment, are they?
No. This is where they come with these assumptions that, you know, because flat Earth is in the title or whatever, that we automatically defend and adopt this map model. This was the whole push.
I think it's also the terminology of flat Earth community. So we all think alike and agree on everything, which we don't.
Yeah. Peter Matera's comment: rain forms into a round particle as it falls, like a drip of water in motion. You know, the Earth's not a drip of water falling through air. You know, for fuck's sake. Nobody else. The map thing again.
Yeah, well, apparently they would. That's a really awkward name. Epistemology for Truth. You need to shorten that, dude. My mistake. They were pointing out that why there wasn't one. Why there isn't a map at the moment, because somebody was asking about it. Yeah, well, there's a good reason for that, because nobody has been and looked at all of it yet.
Well, that's it. You know, we're in the middle trying to make sense of it, you know, and trying to make sense of the data that's given to us, that we're showing, you know. So if any of them want to come in and make a point, by all means, I'll paste the.
Well, Jem Panda's in there, and he's got, seems like plenty to say to other people, but he doesn't want to.
Jem Panda's been offered. I thought Jem Panda was at work. This is his work, obviously. I'm just having a look here.
Muscle Car Road Lovers putting out a few claims.
What's he saying?
North Pole is just floating ice. A magnetic torus fits over the Orlando Ferguson profile.
It's these claims again. Now the offer's still there if you think you've got a valid point, proof for your globe, whatever. Concave's the same, the water and the land all stuck in the inside of this sphere on the walls here. It's fucking ridiculous. So you go from every direction you go in a globe, you're downhill, to you're inside the sphere, and every direction you go is uphill. Fucking give me peace, man. Anything else? So far, we've only had one poor attempt from Jeremy. Who have we still got? Chris, John, and team.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Nice one, man. Have you got a channel, Chris?
Yeah, I've got a YouTube channel for the purposes of chatting in chat and stuff, but it hasn't got any content. I used to have one, but I deleted it all and deleted all my videos hastily, which I kind of regret now. But there we go.
Why did you have a panic? Did you have a moment of panic?
I just got sick with the. I was spending far too much time on the subject, and watching videos, moderating, watching live broadcasts, doing hangouts, etc. And I kind of burnt myself out a bit and got a bit frustrated and disillusioned to the point where it built up over months of doing this on a daily basis, nearly every day of the week, for months on end. And I just thought, right, I've got to get out, otherwise I'm going to start falling out with people. Do you know what I mean? I don't generally have a trait of purposely falling out with people, but it was getting to the point where I've got to take a break now, otherwise. And I hastily because I knew that it would be difficult for me, because I'd got very used to checking my subscription feed, catching up, the entails of being involved with the subject, and I quite hastily decided that in order to stop myself from getting back involved again, I'll just delete my channel, so there's no, I can't go back. Do you know what I mean? But 3 months later, I found myself back involved again. So and regretting doing that, because I put a little series together. I had quite a handful of quite long hangouts that had some pretty good discussions in, and arguments and debates and stuff. But if anybody's listening who wants a break, by all means take a break, but just don't delete all of your content like I did. It's you may well regret it in the future.
I think it can burn you if you're expecting things to happen too quickly. I noticed that myself. I catch myself on, expecting and hoping for too much too quick. And I think it would be easy. You get too involved and you think you're pushing forward, and I can imagine. I've done it myself, and then people get too familiar with each other, and you get all these, different problems happening. It's not an easy thing, is it, man?
No, it does test your patience, to say the least. I mean, it's when you're at it like for anywhere between 4, 6, sometimes 8 hours a day, it grinds on you eventually to the point where you need to take a step back and kind of just chill out, and because I mean, for the first couple of weeks, I caught myself trying to go back onto YouTube, and just out of curiosity, and I suppose just to see what was going on, and I had to be strict. It took a bit of willpower to say no. I'm going to leave it. I'm just going to stop, and just take a proper break, rather than go quiet and still watch from behind the scenes kind of thing. But yeah, I really did have a good long break, and then at the end of it, I went on a vacation. It's the first holiday that I've had in years, abroad, where I could actually chill out and relax. And then whilst I was on holiday, obviously towards the end of the holiday, when I'd spent most of the money that I'd budgeted for the holiday, I found myself catching up a bit and watching some of the hangouts again, and I thought, oh well, I've got nothing to lose, so I'll put my tail between my legs and get back involved again, start commenting or going in the live chats, watching the live streams, etc. And it's done nothing but, overall, I had this conversation last night with some people, even people that are on the other side of refuting anything else than the heliocentric model. It's done an awful lot for me to understand what they propose to us, and the things that you learn from other people, the conversations that you have. You get into science and physics, and sometimes I get very out of my depth, so I just keep quiet, but it does an awful lot to for you to relearn things, and understand different aspects of science and physics again.
Yeah, and understand ourselves, and the dynamics that are happening between us, that's what I was trying to say to Jeremy. People like Jeremy think that we should have answers. As far as I'm aware, nothing like this has ever happened before. How the fuck do we know, where to go, what to achieve? I can only deduce logically where I think it needs to go. And the rest of it, it's just dealing with it as it happens. But it's a roller coaster, definitely. So it's good. Sometimes you just need to walk away from it. It makes you stronger, just like other things. Sometimes you take a break away and you get clarity, and you can see better. So,
yeah.
Nice. Thanks, man. Well, Gem Panda still here in the chat, I see.
That's Jeremy.
Who is it?
Jeremy.
Is
Gem
it?
Panda.
Is
I
he?
showed Dale was incorrect, just he was never honest enough to admit it and shifted the goalposts.
No, I'm talking to Grandpa 2012 on the
That's
chat.
Jeremy, apparently.
That's Jeremy, yes.
Yeah. Is he still persisting?
Yes, yeah.
What with the?
He sent me links to some video. I said I'll watch it later. I'm a bit busy at the moment. But he's complaining about being kicked off. I think he's telling everybody that you're unfair, you kicked him off. And I said, no, to correct you, you were talking over the moderator and you were talking over other people. That's why you were muted. And you were given every opportunity to have it switched back on. But you still continued talking over everybody. So that's why you were muted.
No, wait, yeah, every opportunity, and I was, I think I was patient as I could be.
Yeah.
So, it's there to view back. There's nothing to hide. It's not going to be.
And you are the moderator at the end of the day. So.
He said he wasn't complaining about it. Right. Just obviously the chat keeps up with different.
Aye.
Oh, well, he said he expected it. Well, okay. Oh, and he's not complaining. Fair enough. Okay. He's expecting it from experience, I suppose. and he did admit to getting aggressive. So I said, well, that's good, but it's not very conducive in a group discussion to get aggressive. You really have to learn not to do that.
Yeah. But he's playing the role because continuing to talk over. That's how communication breaks down. It only takes one.
Yes, aye.
It disrupts the whole group. So
I'm having a better chat with him in the typing box because you can't talk over what you're saying. So it's more measured.
Can he type as quick as he can talk?
So it's a bit more measured. And he seems to be taking a bit more responsibility than he was on video. So fair play.
I'm just going to fling the link in again and see. Keep throwing the line out, see if there's any other fish willing to bite.
Apparently, Jen Pan just put a video up trying to figure out why a spinning ball immersed in fluid throws the fluid up the sides. Let me see that video.
Right. Let me have a look at that. There's no other discussions happening then, no.
Beliefs in or your stance on dinosaurs?
Sorry, validation boy. Is that directed at me?
Yes, sir.
I don't really. I don't know. I don't know what the question. What are they real? I don't know. I don't have the skills to determine that.
Is there any evidence that they're real?
I don't know.
Validation? Is there any evidence that dinosaurs are real? Or were real?
Not that I know of.
Not that I know of.
As far as I know, they're made of paper mache.
Yeah, in fact, I went to the museum and asked them that. And although he wasn't an expert, the person in the museum said, "Yeah, I believe they're just replicas of the fossils." And I also believe that
the cave. What do you say about the caveman and the Neanderthal man and all that stuff?
Well, me personally, I don't know. I certainly don't believe in the evolution thing. So it's just what I've been told. So I have no evidence to believe any of it is actually true.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever seen this video of the cloud production machine? The machine that produces clouds?
Yes, yeah.
What's that? Is that the Orgon thing? No. That was it. That's it.
I saw a video somewhere and it was a footage of a cloud machine that they had put into a field and it was just generating massive amounts of cloud vapor.
Did you know Paul McCartney asked for that to get the clouds removed when he's doing an open air concert? And a couple of other famous people did as well. And they got in contact with the Minister of Defence or whoever, and they had the clouds removed. But then, of course, that goes back to HAARP, doesn't it? Which they can control the weather with. So, and that was in mainstream TV. That was on a quiz program. True or false? Did Paul McCartney get the clouds removed from his concert as it was a sunny day? And yeah, they even said, yeah, that's true.
That's the Oregon thing. Sure, Kate Bush done cloud busting.
Yeah.
It's about Oregon generation.
Yeah.
The Beijing Olympics, I'm sure they employed it as well. They openly admitted it.
They openly admitted to having 120 people involved in weather modification.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they admitted it during the Vietnam War that they made sure there was no rain. It was a drought, so that the crops would dry up.
Yeah, back in the mid to late 1990s, there was an article in a magazine called Reader's Digest, and it was a full disclosure. It was the main article of the whole issue. It was like a 4 or 5 page write up on how they can modify the weather. They openly admitted it. Yeah.
Have you seen HAARP?
I've seen images of it.
Yeah. Well, admittedly, that's all I've seen is images. But I've seen it on video as well. People actually going there and showing you around it. But it's a huge place, the size of many football pitches with huge antennas. So it's obviously there for some purpose. And when you hear about the histrionics of like Vietnam War and other instances in history, and people who claim to have clouds removed, then it's not that far-fetched, I suppose.
Yeah, that's how they do it for these big sporting events, when they clear the sky out for the concerts and sporting events.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and make sure it peas will rain over my head. So it depresses me.
They keep a cloud right. They keep a cloud right over top of you, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Scotland's in serious need of some weather modification. I'll tell you that.
There's too many skeptics in Scotland. Got to rain on them.
Don't give them the sun. They'll figure it out.
So, lack of vitamin D. Yes.
Hey, Del.
Yeah.
Is there a Conservative Party and a Liberal Party in Scotland?
I'm not really into politics, to be honest with you, mate.
Not really, no. There's not a the Conservatives are very, very, very low. It's not well represented in Scotland at all. And now there's Liberalism. It's mainly the Scottish National Party and Labour, which used to be left wing, but it's more middle wing.
What are the Tories?
Very right wing, but they don't really exist much in Scotland.
Did the Tories exist in England in the 1980s?
Oh yes, always, yes. They're very prevalent today.
Why is Scotland so liberal?
A good question. I think it's because of they're always fighting for freedom, I think, and justice, and they feel that they were overruled by England for so long that they always fought against imperialism and being ruled by another nation.
So Scottish liberalism is really an answer to the conservative stance or the conservative position of England ruling over Scotland. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think it was more a reaction to that. Yeah.
Would you guys say that? Would you guys say that the Scottish liberalism is veering towards fascism or socialism?
Well, I'll say that's a bit harsh, but some people might argue that when they had the clearances of it. Did you hear about the clearances? It's where they cleared all the land about over 100 years ago and put sheep on it. They sent so many people out to Australia, Canada, America. So you could say that was quite a fascist state. But not today. I don't think I actually view it as a fascist state. But I think the word conservative. What was on the land before? I think the word conservative is a dirty word in Scotland.
What was on this land before?
Before what?
The clearance.
Well, they cleared people out to make way for sheep because sheep is more profitable.
They got rid of cities or just farms?
People. They burnt some people's houses. They forced them out at gunpoint. They put them on ships. So it was almost like a genocide, really. A bit like your Native Americans. What happened
ships
to them?
Where'd they send them on ships to?
Canada, America, Australia, New Zealand.
Scotland's pretty small, eh?
The Scottish population in Canada and America today.
So Scotland's pretty small. It's like the size of Florida, right?
It's about 5,000 people in Scotland.
My win.
5 million. Beg your pardon. God, the clearances must be more effective than I thought.
Well, you know, Jed lives in Edinburgh. Do you guys live anywhere near that, or is the place you live
I live
quite
in
different than that?
I live in Edinburgh. Jed's my best mate.
Okay.
Not. Sorry, I'm joking. I might bump into him one day, though.
Do you guys have immigration problems in Scotland as well?
I'll let someone else take over. I've been answering too much. Do you want to come in, Del?
Del, what do you say about the immigration in Scotland?
I'm not into politics, as I say, mate. I'm just focused on my subject. So, you know, that's probably for somebody else to discuss that. We've got somebody else. Epistemology. So, whoever that is.
My apologies. Sorry.
What is that?
Where are you from?
Me, I'm from Orlando, Florida, born and raised, but my parents are from up north in Chicago. Very different culture up there.
Okay.
I mean, city by city, you'll have varying cultures in the States. I mean, each city has its own whole unique culture.
Can I ask you where you stand on the subject of living on a magical wall?
I think the idea is absolutely disgusting. You know, I found out about flat Earth speculation back in 2011 from a YouTube channel named Conspiracy Dudes Fury. And he had heard about some stuff from Eric Dubay and I guess Matt Powerland. But I don't really follow either of those guys. I don't really take either of those guys very seriously.
But do you believe you're on a spinning ball?
Oh, definitely not. I believe that relative to wherever one is, the Earth looks flat and therefore is flat.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, I would tend to agree with that. Although I really don't know if it's flat, but I know the water's flat. Everywhere the water's flat. So to me, I would assume that whatever's containing it is flat. But I don't really know.
Yeah. Epistemology. I don't know what the full name is.
Howdy.
How are you?
Pretty good.
Nice one. So, you got something to say? That froze or something.
Okay, have a great show, guys.
Chris, thank you very much.
Cheers, man.
Chris, our validation boy, so I don't know.
Actually, Chris posted in the Earth discussions, and he was asking for some ballers to come into this chat.
Yeah. Very quiet. Sorry, you here with proof for a globe?
You know, actually, there's a guy on Earth discussions, George. He's an engineer lives in Minnesota, on right near a lake, a big lake that's on the border with Canada. And in February, he's actually set up a very scientific experiment. He's invited all the flat earthers to come and witness the experiment that he's conducting. Where what he's going to be doing is the lake in front of his house, it freezes over in the wintertime. So he's doing this observation in February when the lake is frozen. And what they're going to do is they're going to drill a hole into the ice and find the water level, and then set up tall 10 to 20, I guess in meters it'd be like 5-6 meter poles that they're going to put into the ice, and they're going to measure up from the water level in the hole to figure out the water level of the lake. They're going to measure up from the water level and then mark the pole all the way up to the top. They're going to do this across the lake bed on several points over, I think they're shooting for 3-4 miles. And then he's purchased some very expensive theodolite land survey equipment, and also a 5-watt very powerful laser. And we're going to be looking at the curvature, whether there is a curvature or not, to it's going to be well documented. Like I said, he wants to get some flat earthers in there so that there is no suggestion that people are that the evidence is fraud, falsified, or that he's using some type of, you know, trickery or something. He wants there to be as many flat earthers as possible to come and witness the observation.
Cool. So it's going to be done with laser?
Primarily with a theodolite. They're going to be, you know, looking to see how much of a change in elevation there is across the lake bed between the poles. And then the laser will be there to show that no matter how you angle the laser, you cannot get the laser to project the beam below the horizon. It'll hit the ground before it ever can project the beam over the horizon. So it's a pretty much open for everyone to come in there and come and look at it.
All right. So
I don't know if any flat earthers yet have you know, taken him up on his offer.
See if I had a huge hole that was say 10, 15 miles long, 20 miles long, 30 miles long, and I wanted to see if it was level. Do you know what I would do?
What would you do?
Fill it with water.
But level and flat are two different things, right? Because water is always level, but that doesn't mean flat. Water is always in equilibrium with gravity, so it will follow the curvature of the Earth. So level and flat are kind of two different things. I mean, it's the same reason why if you use that theodolite to dig a hole, you know, if you're running.
You've just described a hypothetical situation there.
No, it's not a hypothetical situation.
Well,
but how can you convince us that this gravity is real and it actually clings water to a ball and actually flows water around the ball? I mean, where is the working model of that for us to see for ourselves? Otherwise, it is hypothetical, is it not?
Well, why does it take more effort to walk uphill than downhill?
Well, no, you're not answering my question. If you hypothetically speaking about water on a ball, and I'm asking you, well, why has science not provided a working model of water flowing around a ball?
I'm not sure what you mean. Why is the water curving with gravity?
No. I'm just asking because science should be able to be repeatable and demonstratable. Where is the working model of a ball with water flowing around it?
Body of water conforming.
A body of water stuck to a ball?
Yes.
No, that's the claim. Well, that's the claim.
But you would need.
Well, what's the working model?
So you would need to have your model that you're proposing for your scientific experiment would have to be the size of a planet to have enough gravity. Gravity is the weakest of all the forces in nature.
But that's theoretical. Where can you prove to me that the gravity even exists? Where can you prove to me that gravity can hold water in a ball?
Well, we can definitely observe that there's something pulling us down towards.
Sorry to interrupt. Saying something is not factual. I'm asking for you to provide proof.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we know what gravity is or don't know what it is. I mean, we don't really know what it is.
But it does because that's what the ball is all based on. Of course it does.
But the thing is, you can observe the force in action. You can do it on your desk, right?
How can I observe water flowing around a ball?
You can abstract. You can, first of all, you can measure it like we're going to measure in February.
No. You initially said we can observe it. How can I observe?
We can observe the force of gravity. We can extrapolate how that would work on a sphere.
Excuse me. You said water. Where can we observe water flowing around a ball?
But we know that gravity affects water like it affects everything else that has.
Well, you can speak for yourself instead of saying we. I do not know that. I have no evidence that gravity even exists. Okay. That's why they call it.
Let me ask you.
No, let me finish. That's why they call it the theory of gravity. Now, there's no evidence. There's no empirical evidence ever provided that gravity can hold vast oceans, rivers, lakes, lochs, billions of people, animals, automobiles, houses to a ball. There's no evidence for that.
So the gravity claim is that larger mass attracts smaller mass. Is that right?
The theory of gravity is that anything with mass distorts space and time in a way that it pulls things towards it, including light, which has no mass, right?
Well, is there any evidence for that?
It's a bending of space-time. Well, actually, Einstein, when he first proposed the theory of relativity, he was saying that, well, according to this, it's not that the two objects are attracting each other the way that, you know, two magnets attract each other. It's that an object with a lot of mass is actually bending the space-time that it's occupying, and that bending of space-time is what makes things fall into it.
So why does the moon not fall into there?
So that made a prediction. Well, we can get to that in a second. So that made a prediction that during a solar eclipse, we should be able to see starlight bending around the sun. That was the prediction made, and that observation was actually confirmed.
Yeah,
which,
I think we talked about this earlier about not observing the skies, because that's not what we're standing on. We're standing on this ground. We're trying to determine what it is, but there's still no evidence that gravity actually exists. That remains a theory.
You need to define what you're meaning by gravity, and then provide a practical example. It's simple.
So do you ever wonder why is it when you spill your beer at the pub that the beer always falls on the floor and it never goes up to the ceiling?
We don't lose any beer in Scotland.
No, but what?
But seriously though, like why does it always go the same direction? Why doesn't it go to the ceiling? What keeps it from going to the ceiling?
The observation is the behaviour of the liquid, right? You're saying why? The fact of the matter is what's observable in reality. How does the liquid behave?
But you can observe that your beer always pours on the ground. How is that not observable?
Yeah, it is.
It
but
never goes to the ceiling, right? And then you can also
support a liquid. Look.
You can also notice that every time you walk upstairs, you start breathing hard, but not as hard as walking down the stairs, right?
What's that got to do with gravity, though?
I don't know.
So something is pulling us down towards the ground, clearly.
No, is it not? No, it's your legs that is pulling you that's pushing you towards the ground. You're not in free fall. You're actually walking.
Why does it take, like when I'm on my bicycle? Why is it so much harder to go up the hill than to go down the hill?
Weight, density.
Why?
Weight and density.
Weight and density?
Yes.
Okay, so why is it that if you try this experiment, okay? Take a very heavy liquid, like a very heavy oil, and then take water and mix it into a glass.
And a container.
Glass container, right?
Yeah, right.
And measure how long it takes when you mix the two.
Right, but
to separate into one another. You know what I mean?
Let's get back a stage. Let's go to the more basic.
And if you conduct the same experiment and then drop it off a building so it's in free fall, and then videotape it as it's falling, you'll notice that the two will not separate.
Right.
Until it hits the ground.
The fact of the matter is, the liquids had to be put in a container. Correct.
This is just in order to conduct this particular experiment. Yeah, you got to put them in a container.
Yeah,
sure, so you can see which one is more buoyant than the other, right?
But then it'd be great if you could do an experiment where water is not in a container and see how it behaves naturally. Would it stick to a ball or would it not?
You need to have gravity to have it stick to the ball, right? And gravity is a weak force.
And so the school told me, but I have no evidence for that. That remains a theory.
But you do have evidence, though, that it's harder to walk uphill than walk downhill. Right?
No. That is different to water sticking to a ball.
Explain to me how density makes it more difficult. Explain to me how density makes it more difficult to bike up the hill than down the hill.
Because if I'm going up the hill, I'm carrying more weight because I'm going up an incline.
But why do you have to carry the weight? Why don't you just float up to the top of the hill?
Because
why would you float?
What's pulling you back down?
Nothing's pulling and nothing's pushing. My legs are making.
Why does it take more effort to go up the hill?
Because I'm carrying more weight.
Which is attached to your body.
Yes.
Okay. Why is it that when you go on the Vomit Comet and you dive from 40,000 feet, why is it that you don't have any, or you go on a roller coaster ride and it's falling? Why don't you feel any weight there?
because I'm not doing any movement or energy to hold that weight.
But why do you actually become weightless? You actually you're floating there, right? Like if you have a penny in front of you, why is it that
No, the roller coaster is not floating. I'm not floating. I'm sitting in a seat, and the seat is attached.
But you don't feel.
You're interrupting. You're not letting me finish. You're interrupting. You're asking a question, and then you don't give me time to answer your question.
I'm sorry, John. I apologize.
Right.
I jumped the gun there.
Okay, right. Nothing is floating here. My weight is holding me to my seat. The seat is attached to the roller coaster. The roller coaster is attached to the rail, so there's nothing floating.
So when you go on the Vomit Comet, which you can buy, it's a couple thousand.
What's a Vomit Comet?
Oh, it's an airplane where you can experience zero G. There's a music group that did cool. They did a cool music video on it, but anybody can buy it. You can go on it yourself.
I've seen many of those. Yeah.
If you have a couple thousand quid, you can do it, right?
Yeah, I'll book it up tomorrow.
You can do it, right? And so you can experience weightlessness for where you're not in your seat anymore for many minutes at a time. Not minutes, but like 30 seconds, and then you're going to have to go back up again, and then you'll go 30 seconds again.
Yeah, what's your point?
Weightlessness. Yeah. So why is it that when you're in a dive, you don't have any weight? If you spill your beer, it does go to the ceiling, or it floats around in front of you, and it doesn't fall to the ground the way that it does when you're sitting at the pub.
Well, that is a sense of gravity. I think people acknowledge that zero G gravity is acting there, but the argument is, where is evidence of that source of gravity can hold oceans to a ball?
Because you're steering away from the actual point.
Because you can. Okay, so we're in agreement that there is something there that's different from when you're falling than when you're sitting in your seat, right?
No, because you're strapped into the roller coaster. It's more dense and a lot heavier than you, so it's moving at a greater rate. So
for example, if you tried to mix oil and water while you're in free fall on the Vomit Comet,
I think you're drawing attention away from water on a ball here.
I know. Represent your claim. As the Earth of the Vomit Comet, we oil in a container flying through.
Well, that's the easiest way, though, for us to experience zero G, right?
Well,
that there is such a why is there such a thing as zero G? If gravity is not an existent force, explain to me how zero G is possible.
This is the same pattern as a Jeremy, right? And you're not getting away from the fact, right? We're talking about vast bodies of water here, right? And how liquid behaves. Now, you understand that you had to put the liquid into a container. It had to be contained, right? Would the water conform to the exterior of an object? A body of water? Gone.
The examples he was giving, mate, aren't they reflective of a loss of sensation, not a lack of gravity? If there was no gravity, when the plane dipped, you would be suspended in the air indefinitely. It's just the fact that you don't have the sensation of motion. So I don't really see that the guy's got an argument there at all.
I think it's to do with the speed of the plane is going so fast as well that as you said, you're still in the same position, suspended there. But it's the speed of the plane.
You're not in the same position though. You're still moving in. You're moving in 3 dimensions. You just don't have a physical sensation of pressure against the plane's floor.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But the plane's speed and going into a dive creates that feeling.
Yeah, but it's not. It's a loss of the physical sensation, not
But it's not a natural occurrence, is it? Like they're trying to equate that with gravity and the water on a spinning ball, which is supposed to be happening naturally.
Well, absolutely not, and it's not applicable. The two things are not. It's not applicable.
Yeah, and that's a forced experiment of zero G. It's not a natural occurrence.
No, you represent the actual reality. You're claiming is true.
But this argument that that we're brought up with, that water is on a spinning ball. They've had ample time throughout history to come up with a working model to show us that this is what happens. They can come up with a working model that produces a vacuum where water bubbles in it, and that would be astronaut's blood. It would just boil. But anyway, they've had ample time to come up with a working model, and they've never come up with one. And science should be producing one.
Of course, you know, this is it. It doesn't even disturb them that they can't create a model unless it's a cartoon or a drawing, you know, whatever. It's not something that's made of the actual elements of the reality that they're living in.
You guys do realize we don't know how to simulate gravity. We have no knowledge of that. We're not even sure exactly what it is. We don't even know what it is. I mean, they're just now discovering graviton waves, and they're that's kind of controversial in the community. We don't understand.
Then why
what
write
it is,
scientific books and literature over the years stating it as fact, and you're saying they don't know really what it is, but yet they're stating
we know that the force exhibited by gravity, we know that that's a real measurable phenomenon that perfectly coincides with all the equations that you can test for yourself in a lab or on your desk.
A lab is not.
Do it, right?
You cannot test that in a lab.
You can test. You know, the acceleration rate of gravity. You can drop an object and measure how fast it accelerates and see that it perfectly coincides with 9.8 meters per second squared.
Epistemology, just to prove the point and to shut up all flat earthers in the world, all they would have to do is build a wee working model of a ball spinning with water around it. Why don't they do that?
If we don't know how to replicate gravity, the only way we could ever produce something with enough gravity to hold the water to it would be to create something the size of a moon or a planet, right?
Then if you can't replicate it, you can't.
So that's kind of a tall request, because we can't simulate gravity.
But then, if you can't simulate it or reproduce it, a working model, then why have you got an issue with people not believing it?
Exactly.
It's only people. Well, the problem is there's a force that everyone can see. You can measure the acceleration when you drop something.
You cannot see water on a ball.
The acceleration. You can cancel out the acceleration with free fall.
Epistemology.
Right?
You cannot see water on a ball.
Right, listen, epistemology. It's natural science. It's about the observable reality of a living. You know, I know that you can't be that silly to deny the behaviour of water, liquid. You know fine well that it has to be contained. It doesn't conform to the exterior shapes. So I don't even know why you're trying to come up with these hypothetical, you know, explanations and imaginations. You know, just admit the reality that you live in.
So there are many observations we can make to determine that we're not living on a flat plane, right? So
don't skip away from the point. So, no, we're answering your questions, and we're addressing you respectfully. So do you deny reality? Do you deny that that's how water behaves, how liquid behaves?
I'm totally confused with the question, because if we can see things getting pulled towards the Earth, which
where?
You know, I can drop this object right here and I'll see it get pulled to the ground.
Pulled. Right? You're saying pulled.
And then we can make other observations that we don't live on a flat plane, yet everywhere that we go, objects always fall straight down.
But you assumed it was being pulled.
Then we can automatically extrapolate
that you're assuming it's being pulled. We're disagreeing with you on that point, but it's not being pulled down. It's dropping due to its own density. We don't agree with you that it's being pulled down.
Explain to me how density, though. I still don't understand how density makes it harder to go uphill than downhill.
But you're running away from the initial point.
Yeah. I don't understand.
You're saying it's been drawn, pulled down. I'm saying it's not being pulled down. It's dropping because its molecules is heavier than the air. The atmosphere's molecules is lighter than what is dropping. Nothing to do with being pulled.
But what determines what weighs less, what molecules weigh less, and what molecules weigh more?
Nature.
Epistemology. Listen, it doesn't matter about what. The fact of the matter is how does the water behave?
What's the force that creates buoyancy?
How does the water behave? How does liquid behave?
What do you mean? How does liquid behave?
What do you test and observe? How does a liquid behave?
Liquid finds equilibrium with the forces upon it. I don't understand what your question is.
Oh, do you claim that a large body of water will conform to the exterior of a shape?
It won't conform. What's happening is it will find equilibrium with the forces upon it. And if there's gravity on a sphere that's pulling everything towards the center, it will conform to the forces upon it.
So where's your practical example?
The only practical example is you need to get onto the scale of astronomical objects, because that's the only way you'll have enough gravity to make that measurement.
So therefore we need
You cannot simulate it.
So some
things we can't simulate.
So we need to have faith in NASA images. That's what you're saying.
Well, you guys are, so we all agree that there's buoyancy and density, right? We all agree on that, right? Like how do hot air balloons
Why do you never answer a question? Why do you keep skirting round and not answer the questions?
I don't understand what the question is that you want me to answer. Honestly, I'm not trying to avoid the question.
Well, that's fine.
I'm kind of baffled by it. I just told you. You asked me why can't we simulate this why is there no practical demonstration? And I told you because we can't simulate gravity. We need something on an astronomical scale in order to have enough force to make any kind of a demonstration.
Okay, but then it becomes a belief, then, doesn't it? If you can't demonstrate it, then it becomes
It doesn't become a belief, because we can go to objects that have less mass.
Well, does the moon have less? Does the moon have less mass than Earth?
It does, yeah.
So why is it not being pulled into the Earth?
Because the moon has velocity that creates a challenging a centripetal force that keeps it in orbit.
Can you prove that to me? Can you evidence that?
Yeah, actually, I can. In that, you can. There's an equation that we can use to calculate centripetal force.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be cheeky, but equations don't mean nothing to me.
But here's the thing: you can set up an experiment in your office or on your desk or whatever, and you can spin an object, and by measuring the radius versus the speed that you're spinning it, you could measure the force on that object. Like if you had a spring scale and you were spinning a weight on the end of that spring scale, and you set up a camera over it, and then you looked at different speeds, how much pull is being done on the spring scale, you could see that it perfectly aligns with the calculations that are presented.
With all due respect,
for centripetal force.
With all due,
you can verify that yourself. You don't need to take anyone's word for it. You can verify it.
With all due respect, your spinning pen on the desk is nothing to do with the size of the moon and the gravitational pull of the Earth.
You asked me why doesn't the moon fall into the gravitational pull of the Earth, and I told you it's because of the centripetal force.
I don't believe that, though. You're just telling me that.
Okay, but you can calculate it out. You can make the measurements to see how far. You can use parallax to measure the distance.
No, calculations and measurements.
You can time how many. You can time how many radians. Radians per minute the moon is moving, and work that out with your distance and figure out the velocity of the moon. Plug that in with your radius. You can make the look. Finding truths about science is not easy.
Exactly.
I find
you're talking over me here. I've been brought up with scientific equations and measurements. None of them have ever proved to me that water can stick to a ball. So that's no proof whatsoever that I'm on a spinning ball with water flowing around it.
No, that's the whole thing. You talk about science, natural science, formal science, mathematics is a different thing, right? You can spin any yarn you want, right? But the fact of the matter is what is the observable reality that we live in? And liquids do not conform to the exterior shapes. Okay, you cannot provide a practical example of any of these claims, right? So
what about gases?
Sorry, who's this? Who have we got here?
Hi, my name is Timothy Osman.
Timothy Osman.
I believe that the Earth is a globe. Yes. How are you, sir?
Welcome, good. Timothy.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, Tim.
What's your point, Tim?
Can't we observe planets with gases that are sticking onto them, or no?
Well, are they planets? How do I know they're planets?
What's your claim, Tim? Make your claim.
Well, you're saying you can't find any examples of water sticking on a ball. I was just asking if you can find anywhere where gas is sticking on a ball.
I don't know. You telling me something that's you know, the point is make a claim, you know, or make your point.
Well, there's gas planets that have gas sticking to a ball. Is my point.
Holiday snaps.
Where's your holiday pictures? You know.
But Tim, I've got the Loch Ness Monster in my back garden.
But you can buy a telescope on eBay and go look at Jupiter.
Yeah.
And watch the swirling gases and watch the swirling gases on the surface of Jupiter, right?
You can buy a telescope.
And that's a ball, right? That's a ball. You can see it in the telescope.
You can see you can buy a telescope and see the Loch Ness Monster in the back of my garden.
Oh, really?
You believe me, don't you?
So you don't believe that you can see Jupiter with a telescope that you can buy on eBay?
No, you're making claims that it's made of gas or whatever your claim is. I mean, how does looking through a telescope tell you anything?
You can't tell if it's gas or a liquid, but you can see that there's something spinning around on the surface.
Yeah.
So the claim was that it was a gas. So wait, I mean, have you been to these places?
But we can see that it behaves like a fluid, right?
No, I don't know.
Gas or a liquid, it's still a fluid, right? So you can look at Jupiter and see that it's a ball and that there's stuff swirling around on it like a fluid, right?
How do you know it's a sphere, though?
What do you mean? How do you know that it's a sphere?
You said
like how do you know the moon is a sphere?
You said it's round.
You can tell by the termination light, the way the shadow falls on the termination light.
Come on, it seems every ball earther that comes on here interrupts me when I'm speaking and want to hear me out. You're asking me a question and you're not letting me answer you. You said it was round. I'm asking you, how do you know it's a sphere?
There's different faces to it.
Yeah, if you look at the termination line as it goes through different phases.
Yeah, but I can do I like to paint, so I could give you a painting of a sphere, and I could do the same thing on a painting. So how do you know it's a real sphere?
So I'm just.
I'll find a YouTube video that can show you how a flat plane can never show a termination line like a sphere can. Right, and the sphere, and we see termination lines that align with spheres when we look at these celestial objects, right?
Oh, okay, fair. I'd look at that. However, that's still distracting about water sticking to a ball and us being on a.
The fact of the matter is what we spoke about earlier. You know, what is looking at the sky got to do with the shape of the earth that you're standing upon, right? So. You know, don't detract away from the subject. You've come in here, make your claims. If you get proofs of your globe, you get practical examples, then provide them. Now, all we're getting so far is hypotheticals. Imagine this scenario. So, you know, and Tim Osman, you know, if you get a claim to make, you've already made claims about gas up in Jupiter that you've seen through a telescope. Would you like to add to that?
Could I just quickly say before you do, Tim, that any of the best examples of an amateur astronomy pictures of Jupiter from the Earth, viewing it, that is recorded, that is searchable, that you can find from that kind of distance or from that photographical evidence, alleged photographical evidence, you can't really tell there's any gases on Jupiter.
Yeah. You know, none of these people have been to fucking Jupiter. So they're just on here reciting stuff that they wrote for some book.
I'd ask to see their passport stamped.
I know. You know, practical examples. You know, provide proof of your claims. I don't know why it's so hard for you to understand that. You know, you're sitting here trying to deny how liquid behaves. You know, every rational mind alive can observe and test how a liquid behaves.
Hey, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm trying to get to I'm out of town. I'm trying to get to a place where I can get some internet, but I'd like to join on this conversation. I'll be right
back. Aye.
I think Tim's struggling with internet connection at the moment. So
cool. So epistemology. Are you going to offer any practical examples?
I mean, what you guys are asking for is you're asking for practical examples of things that only occur on a planetary scale, on an astronomical scale. So we're kind of at a crossroads here. We're never going to be able to come to an agreement. Because do you think that every force in nature can be demonstrated in a box on your desk?
No, the fact is that you want to ignore how our liquids behave in favour of images. Right? That's the reality of this situation here. Theory and images, you want to ignore observable, testable reality for. That's the reality. That's what you're saying here.
We can observe Jupiter, right?
I don't care what you can see in the sky. I don't live up there. I don't live up there. I live here.
But we can see it, right? We can see it. It's part of our reality. It's not like it's something someone is telling us.
You keep saying we. I don't get this.
We as in human beings living on Earth. Right? Me as in my fellow man. I mean, we may disagree on things, but at least we're all human beings, right?
Yes, but you're looking at something and you're saying, well, we know it's Jupiter. No, I don't know it's Jupiter. You're saying you know it's Jupiter. That's your perception, but it's not my perception.
It's what we've agreed to call this thing that we can look at. Okay, it doesn't matter what it's called. You can look at it yourself. There's nothing to stop you from looking at it yourself, right?
So what does looking at Jupiter tell you about where you live?
It tells you that we're surrounded by spheres and we can see stuff happening on those spheres, right?
No, there's no evidence that there's spheres.
Have you been? Have you get your own photographs and stuff and documented Jupiter and all these places and you know? I mean, come on to fuck. What are we talking about here? We live on Earth. The questions about what shapes the Earth we live upon, right? Looking up at the sky tells you nothing about the shape of the Earth you're living upon. Observing the behaviour of liquid tells you a hell of a lot about the possibilities of where you're living. But unfortunately, you know, people
so
like this.
Here's the problem. The problem is there's a whole bunch of different observations that all correlate with us living on a sphere that the flat earthers cannot explain.
Yeah.
Right? They can't explain it.
That's your assumption.
But they don't want to agree. Also, you have an explanation why the sun goes from being the same size that it was all day to going invisible.
I don't care.
To touching the horizon.
I don't care what the sun does. The sun has got nothing to do. The sun has got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth that you're living upon. It's a red herring. Okay, show me a measurable, you know, curvature from looking at the sky.
Well, we're kind of we're basically, you're not willing to accept any kind of empirical observable evidence that we can make on a whole plethora of different things, whether it's looking at the celestial objects, watching the change in our celestial sky as we move latitudes, watching how the sun and the moon cross across the ecliptic and rise and set, how there's two north and south celestial poles that with time-lapse photography, we can see the different motions that the stars create across the night. I mean, if you want to just discount all that, I mean, essentially, you can't find any truths about reality if you're willing to discount everything that's around you. I don't know.
I don't think anybody's discounting.
No, you know, you're just making that claim. You know, at the end of the day, the question is, what shape is the Earth we are upon? Right? You're continually going on about the sky, and what you want to do is make stories up about what your observations are in the sky. Right? It does not give you measurable curvature. You need to admit that.
No, I didn't say there's no measurable curvature. I said we're going to make the measurement in front of the whole flat Earth community. Are you going to be there? I'm going to try to be there. Let's make that measurement together and see how true it is that there's no measurable curvature.
Do you know what's more accurate than a laser?
What's more accurate?
For finding a level.
So why does stuff get obscured over the horizon? Why is there so many pictures you can find of towers and boats and things getting obscured as you go further and further away? What's causing that? What's causing that?
Epistemology. What is more accurate than a laser for finding a level?
I mean, you guys don't understand the difference between level and flat. So honestly, this is a red herring.
You're just avoiding it. You know, it's a fact that water is more accurate than a laser.
Water is always finding a state of equilibrium to the forces that acted upon it.
If you want to find if something's
that's why it's used to find level. There's a difference between level and flat. If we can't agree on it, then we can't agree.
Well, you know, you deny a lot of things, and you fail to admit, you know, your own flaws. You're denying the reality that you're living in favor of images. You're trying to get you know, excuses and stories to fit these images because that's all you have, right? And unfortunately, you know, images will never trump natural physics, right? Water is testable and observable. Liquid is testable and observable by everybody, right? Your images are not. So, no, that's up to you. If you want to deny reality, that's
So
fine.
I'm denying reality.
But understand that you're part of a religious cult, right? Because you have no practical examples, none. You know, you keep coming up with excuses that you need a planet to show, right? So therefore, we need to trust the images. That's the be-all and end-all of your argument.
So I deny reality, but you're unwilling to look at how the sky changes as we change latitudes, how the stars and sun look, how they move across the plane.
I'm willing to look at the sky.
Now you're interrupting me. I let you guys talk for a while. I just mute my mic, and then when I start talking, I get interrupted right away.
Continue.
So there's many different observations that we can make. But you're not willing, you're like, well, what does the sky have to do with the shape of the earth? What does objects going over the horizon have to do with the shape of the earth? You know, why do boats disappear from the bottom up as they go over? Why do distant cities disappear from the bottom up the further we get from them, right? Like why is half the CN Tower missing? Why is half the CN Tower missing when we look across Lake Ontario?
Oh dear.
What? Sorry,
I mean, I'm the one that's denying reality, and then we can talk about how much footage we have of people in space. The footage on Skylab, where it's impossible to host that with CGI. 30 years before even the invention of CGI, right?
So this
how do you explain Skylab?
So
we can see the ISS. You can buy a telescope on eBay to see the ISS.
Hang on. Tim Osmond, what's your claim?
I'm actually just asking a question.
Well, make a claim.
My claim is that
you're asking a question about Skylab, so you know you just make your claim and your point, and then I'll question you because that's
sure.
That's works.
Sure. My claim is that the Skylab in the 70s would be extremely hard to do in any situation. I don't understand how a flat earther can explain that. Do you deny the video or what?
What video?
What? The underwater filming?
I'm gonna post a video in the Hangout if somebody wants to present it.
So whose video is this? Whose video is it?
This is a NASA video from Skylab.
It's not your video, right? But I'll watch the video, but it's not your video.
From the 1970s.
Right, and that makes it even worse.
So let's fast forward to 1640 on that video, and you tell me how that was done.
Tim, does it have a 360 panoramic shot on the spacewalk by any chance?
This isn't a spacewalk.
Does it have a 360 panoramic shot anywhere?
No.
No?
Not the particular video we're talking about, no.
Right. See, I don't discount any of that as evidence unless somebody does a 360 proving that it's not in a studio.
You haven't even seen the evidence and you're denying it already, right?
I've seen so many of NASA footage.
I'd like to know what's your evidence of the flat Earth?
Let me finish. I've researched it quite a lot. I've never come across a 360 shot anywhere on the moon, anywhere on a spacewalk, or anywhere in space. So that tells me that they're hiding part of the shot, which is shot in the studio.
And here's the point: are we accepting images and video as conclusive proof of anything?
Well, we would have to explain this. This is the problem. 1970s, we would have to explain this if trying to believe that the satellites don't exist and the Earth.
Who said any of this?
We have to explain this video.
Who said satellites don't exist? Who said any of these things?
Well, you know, I just hopped in here. I've never watched you before, but I've debated and talked to flat earthers for 1.5 years now,
Well, I'm
so
not-
I don't know exactly what you.
What's your definition of flat earther?
A person that believes the Earth is flat with little to no evidence.
Right. So what do you believe I am?
I think you seem to be a skeptic, but like I said, I just hopped in here.
Right. Well, I don't represent any model. I can only go with you know, what's observable and testable. You know, facts are reality. And unfortunately, you know, video and images will never be conclusive proof of anything, right? For a start, you know, whatever. I'll watch your video, right? Whatever it is from the 1970s, but you know, if we're going to start throwing videos and images at each other, it's going to get ridiculous. The fact is that you know, you keep skirting over the fact of how liquid behaves, right? And trying to use images and video again.
But a 360 would be.
I'm sorry, was there a question? I think you might have.
Are any of you offering any measurable proofs for a globe here?
I mean, a 360
yeah,
would go a long way to proving that point.
Well, there's been 360 shots on ISS, but that's all CGI.
They weren't a circular shot out in space. They were filmed inside with different angles on the camera. It wasn't outside showing you a circular shot. So it's never occurred outside in space or on the moon.
Actually, about a month and a half after Globebusters, Jaron and Bob said something about it. They actually did it on the ISS, and they talked about it on Globebusters the next one.
Yes,
so
yes, I'm trying to
they had done
explain
it before.
that wasn't a circular shot of the external ISS. It was an internal shot with 3 cameras attached to one position. But I'm talking about turning around completely in a circle with a camera. That's never been shown ever in the history of space travel, in space or from the moon. Why not? I don't know about you, but the first thing I do when I climb a mountain is I look where I've come from and then do a panoramic complete turn. Now, if I travel to the moon, which is the greatest journey in exploration in history, once I looked at where I came from, the next thing I'm going to do is do a panoramic shot. Why has that never been done?
You can't use your own standards for proof for a model. I mean, it's silly.
Have you ever been to the top of a mountain?
It's neither here nor there, really.
It
a lot
is.
of cameras
It
are
is.
mounted.
What do you do when you climb a mountain? What are you going to do when you reach the top?
It's neither here nor there, like I said.
Well,
sorry.
also, what I'm asking for, that evidence would validate a better reality picture of the heliocentric model of Earth. It would help. It would go a long way to validating that, would it not? If they showed a 360 video, high definition. I mean, can I ask you why? What's your reason
for flat earthers? But the thing is, there's Himawari satellites that you can see that are showing the Earth that you can go and watch. I think it takes
I'm
a
asking
picture
for a
every 10 minutes.
360, and I would like you to answer the question: why do you think they've never made one?
It's just an implausible request. I don't really understand why you would.
Why is it implausible?
I guess you could do it, but I mean, what is it going to prove? You guys
By the
think
way,
it's all CGI anyway?
I just found a spacewalk from the ISS 2015 that shows a 360 shot that you say is impossible.
Is that somebody out
Yeah, there are.
doing a complete turn with a
I
camera?
posted it in the link just now. Yeah,
Did
you can go to 44 minutes. It's in the chat.
But it's, you know, we're always back to these institutions, you know, fucking NASA, and they're fucking, you know, never mind the fact that there is no measurable curvature. Liquids don't conform to the exterior of spheres. You know, we're to ignore all this, you know, in favour of this fucking religious institution. You know, it's absolutely ridiculous, man.
It's your disbelief that leads you to believe that way, sir. It's you're going against everything. You don't want to look in the sky to prove what's on the ground. I don't understand that at all.
I'm willing to look to the sky as much as anybody else, you know. But are you claiming that you get measurable curvature or measurable, you know, proof of the shape of Earth that you're upon by looking at the sky?
Yes, absolutely.
Where? Show me.
You could do this yourself. You could do you could go and look at videos. Star trails in the northern hemisphere go counterclockwise. Star trails in the southern hemisphere go clockwise, and they do an arc trail in the equator. And that, my friend, would indicate.
Would indicate what?
So.
Would indicate what? Where is your measurable proof of the shape of Earth by looking at the sky? All I've heard you saying is that the sky turns this way and the sky turns that way, therefore the Earth's a ball. I mean, come on.
What's the alternative explanation?
What do you mean?
Why does the sky change as we change latitude? What's the explanation?
What has the sky got to do with the shape of the Earth you are upon?
Because if the Earth has a certain shape to it, it would explain how the sky, it perfectly explains what we see as the sky changes as we move from latitude to latitude. What's the other alternative? What do you propose as the alternative explanation for why the changes in latitude perfectly correspond with the changes in the celestial sky? What's your explanation for that?
I don't have to have an explanation. I'm not interested.
And we can perfectly map it.
Okay.
You know?
By the way, I just posted a link to something you guys said didn't exist. I like how you guys just now were saying, well, why is there not a single video of it? Why does
I can't see it. I can't see your link.
I'll post it again in the chat.
Right. Post it again then.
It's in the group chat.
The group
in our
chat?
Hangout. Yeah, it's in the group chat in our Hangout.
On the right-hand side of the screen?
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for it.
It's there right now. Do you guys see it?
Is it under your name?
Yeah, it's under my name. 3:23 p.m.
3:23 p.m.
It'll be 11:23 our time.
Do you see it, Chris?
Yeah, I see the link. It's on the actual Hangout page in the side chat of the actual Hangout.
Oh, I can't see it.
There's a wee blue box in the top left, I think, John.
I can put it in the green chat if you guys want.
On the left-hand side of the page, on the actual Hangout page, there's a blue box as you go over to the left of the page called Chat. You have to click that to toggle it on.
Oh, yeah, maybe he's got the box toggled off.
Yeah, sorry, it's my first time on here. I can't follow that.
It's okay, John.
So is this video that's just the usual, looks like the usual NASA stuff?
It isn't really a 360-degree panoramic sweep, though, is it? It's the astronaut holding the camera and then adjusting it and then turning it round a bit. It's not officially a 360-degree sweep.
Because I've researched it quite a bit.
He turns the camera all the way around. I mean, I don't know. He turns the camera all the way out. It's one consecutive shot. That looks amazing. It doesn't look like, even if you look at the CGI on Gravity, it doesn't look like this. It doesn't look anything like this. Even in modern Hollywood stuff, it doesn't look this flawless. I mean,
what's the time?
Watch it at 44 minutes. It should be titled GoPro Spacewalk.
44 minutes?
Just fast forward to 44 minutes, yeah.
The video I'm on is only 28 minutes.
Oh, that's the first link. Click the second link. I think the first link was the Skylab video. That's a good one too. But you were asking for the 360. You were asking for the 360. So go ahead and click on.
Oh yes, I've got it.
Okay, great.
I'm not asking for any videos or something. I'll look at them.
Just go to the 44-minute mark on that.
44-minute mark.
GoPro, so, you know, 44 minutes.
It only goes up to 28.
No, it's a link under that, Joe.
All right, okay.
So look at that curve on that panel thing here. See it? It goes directly curvature with that there. So obviously, be it GoPro, you know, it's a fucking GoPro camera. You know, because you can see it distorting the curve on that there. I mean,
like that, a dish, whatever it is.
aye. And for all we know, they're up there in the balloon with a fucking GoPro camera with the curved lens. I mean, you know, it's absolutely nonsense. Look at the curve there on that.
Yeah, that curve suggests that you're a lot higher than the state in the space station.
Yeah, that to me looks as if it's probably a balloon or some kind. They're up there with a fucking GoPro camera. Look at all the curvature here.
For some reason, mine's not playing it. Oh, God.
Cheers for that video. We're using that to highlight. Look at it. See it?
Curve here doesn't work as acute.
No, it's not. It's changed now.
It's almost straight.
Look, you get back to there. Look, it's curved. Yeah.
I'm using the little box because I can't see it on the big screen, but I don't see a complete 360 turn with the camera.
No, I'm waiting for it.
Interesting. You don't see rapid cloud formation moving in different directions on the spinning ball.
Anyway, really, I don't think we're going to agree on film footage of NASA. So
That's
really,
true.
I think
Let's talk about that statement. Actually, it doesn't see the moving clouds underneath. How fast do you think the clouds would have to be moving for you to really notice them from that scale? Right, where you're literally seeing every little square down there is tens to hundreds of miles, right? So
I'd like to see them moving in different directions.
But the ISS is moving at 17,500 miles per hour, yes, or falling or orbiting.
yeah, and you can clearly see that when they pan down. You can see that it's flying over the Earth. That's not in question, I don't think.
Well, it is in question. Is it there? But
you're questioning if the ISS is there?
Big pardon?
Do you question if the ISS is there?
Absolutely, yes.
Have you ever seen it?
No. I don't think anyone has.
Yeah, there's great video, man. There's a guy named Mr. B. He has a very, very nice telescope with tracking, and it looks like a giant illuminated fly swatter up there. Basically.
I'm just gonna cut in here, right? Because at the end of the day, this is about measurable proofs. Fucking looking at things in the sky again. Are any of you going to offer measurable proof of a globe?
Sure, let's do that now. Let's come back to Earth and let's talk about the shape of the Earth and not NASA and go over their video because you guys obviously aren't going to believe it. Anyway, so how do we explain, say, like a Toronto skyline or a Chicago skyline being under the curvature? How do we explain that? Does that not proof of a curvature?
I'm very glad you're more, but I'll be a bit later anyway. So.
Right, mate.
Right, catch you later.
See you later, mate.
Yes, but you can see a great amount of the buildings, and over 60 miles distance, you wouldn't be able to see hardly any of the buildings.
Okay. Do you know the observer height?
I do, but not off by hand.
Okay, it's 100 feet on a dune. Okay. So if you actually do the math with the observer height, which is a huge failure for flat earthers usually doing just 8 inches per mile squared.
Why is that failure?
Because you're not putting your eyeballs on the ground. You're not putting your camera on the ground most tests.
How do you know I'm not?
Oh, come on, dude. Are we having a conversation or are we just going to go and ask me rhetorical questions?
When I go to measure skylines 20 miles, 30 miles away, my camera is on the ground. So, but you're telling me I'm not putting the camera on the ground, but I'm informing you that I do. I go to an island 20 miles away from the mainland, and I put my camera on the ground, on the beach, and it can film the beach 20 miles away. And if I put my spirit level, I've got a 2 meter long spirit level, and I put it on top of my camera tripods, and I see that the skyline over 20 miles away is completely level. It doesn't curve at the edges.
Is this every day?
Not every day, but maybe every
Okay.
month at least.
Yes. Well, I'm glad that you admitted that, because obviously there are going to be atmospheric conditions that do play a part in that.
No, atmospheric conditions shouldn't affect the level of the horizon I'm looking at.
Well, in a superior mirage or an inferior mirage, you
Oh,
can
no,
get
come
different
on, this
effects.
mirage bullshit. I'm sorry, I've never seen a mirage.
So you don't believe in mirages?
No, it's not that I don't believe in mirages. I don't believe they're that common, and I don't believe you see them every week of the year. I can go to the same place every month on a clear day, perfectly clear, hardly any atmosphere, and I can see the distant landmass stretching over 400 miles in the distance, and it doesn't curve towards the edges. Now,
anywhere below 40,000 feet is going to have atmosphere no matter what. You said there's like no atmosphere.
Yes,
I'm guessing it's warm to boot near an ocean, so there's actual molecules in the air.
Well, it depends where you are on the Earth and what climate you're in. But I'm telling you, it's a clear day where I can specifically see buildings 20 miles away through my zoom-in lens.
Why can't you see it every day, though?
Well, I'm not there every day. Some days you couldn't do because the atmosphere, like you said, would be heavy, and there'd be a lot of water in the air, and I probably couldn't see it.
Yeah, which is exactly why you think something's going over the curvature of the Earth. So this whole point about, you know, a boat going over a curve of water that's no fucking flowing, you know, it's utter preposterous. So how far away is it before the boat starts to go over the curvature of the Earth? Can somebody just answer that simply, quick? Tim or epistemology? How far away will it start to happen?
Technically, obstruction would start. Go ahead, epistemology.
Yeah, at what observer height? You have to know the observer height, and then we can tell you exactly where and how much it's going to be obstructed.
6 foot observer height.
What's the average height of a person?
Just go with 6 foot. Just keep it simple here. Just tell me how far away the boat would have to be straight out in front of me.
6 foot's good enough, I think.
Yeah. Have we got an answer here?
Are you calculating that, epistemology?
I mean, the Earth is small.
Yep, I am. And so, so at 6 feet observer height, and something that's 3 miles away, you're only obscuring 1.3 feet of that will be obscured. The bottom 3 feet. I mean, the bottom 1.3 feet.
So how much curvature is there then?
What do you mean, how much curvature?
What's the degree of the curve? What drop does the curve?
I told you over at 6 feet observer height, over 3 feet.
72 inches?
I mean, over 6 feet observer height, over 3 miles. The part that's obscured is 1.37 feet. So about almost a foot and a half.
1.37 feet, yes, okay.
Over 3 miles at 6 feet high. If we go out to 6 miles, then 6 feet. It's the same. So if we go 6 miles, 6 feet will be...
6 miles,
yeah.
It should be 2 feet.
No, 6 miles is 6 feet.
Well, the calculation of 8 inches per mile squared, at 6, it's 24 feet. 6 miles, 24 feet.
Yeah, that.
You're not taking observer height again.
Yeah, you're not taking him to the observer height into that.
Okay, then even take 6 feet away.
That's not how it works, dude.
So if we set the observer height to 0, then it's 24 feet will be obscured.
Yes, yeah.
At 6 miles.
Yes.
Right, so
but that's at a height of 0.
Yes.
Right. So
over 6 miles, looking from left to right, then you should have an observable curvature
of 24 feet.
No.
If you're standing on a raft in the middle of the ocean.
No.
I'm looking out to sea. I'm on land.
Land has topography, so yes, we'd have to do it out to ocean if we're going to talk about
right.
it.
If we're going to say land, and we're going to stand right on the shore, right?
No, we're looking at land on a distant horizon. We're looking at a level horizon of land. So As it stretches, it should be curving at the edges, but it never does.
I don't understand what you mean.
If you're saying, you know, whatever mileage the boat is starting to go over curvature of the Earth, okay, right, that's what you're claiming, but it only happens straight out in front of you over water because, you know, we have an issue with moisture content, which is the real issue, and it's not because of curvature. Because if I could see a ship at 20 miles going over the curvature of the Earth, I should be able to see that observable curvature from left to right. Because it's a sphere you're claiming you're on, am I correct?
Yes, it's a sphere.
Right.
I don't understand what you're asking, though.
Well, take an equilateral triangle. Okay, I'm observer A. The ship is B. Okay, and you're telling me that the ship is now going over the curvature, whatever the foot is, say it's 8 foot or 24 feet. Right, so observer C, who's got a clear view of me, observer A, looking at the ship, which is B, should have observable curvature from left to right.
I'm totally.
Okay. The horizon. You're looking at.
Are you asking why the horizon isn't?
No, can I make it clear? Can I make it clear? If you're looking at the horizon across a distant land across the sea, you see the main land there across the horizon on a straight line, right? That's stretching over 400 miles. Now, according to the curvature of the Earth, the ends of that land should be curving downwards. That never happens in nature.
Actually, if you run a straight, people have done this experiment. You can do it yourself. You can go out to the.
I'm telling you, I've done the experiment, and I'm telling you what I see.
No, but we're taking what you're saying here, epistemology. Listen, you want to claim that straight on over a body of water, you'll get this effect of a ship going over the curvature of the Earth. Now you're stating it at whatever it was, the mileage and however much would be obscured. The same should be true from left to right. Now you're saying you don't understand an equilateral triangle. I find that very hard to believe.
I honestly, I've not understood. Maybe if you guys want to screen share and draw it out.
I understand. I
I
understand
don't
what you're
understand
saying,
this
but
question, Kettle.
But you understood when I said the
It goes
horizon.
away from you in every direction that you look. I don't know what they're asking.
Right, so how is it not observable from left to right?
because
You're
it's such a small degree, man,
Yeah.
we can't, or
No,
I
it's
can't
telling
I
me-
can see
Yeah,
that.
I can see over 400 miles. 400 miles of the horizon land. Now that must curve at some point. But nowhere in nature do you have a photograph or a picture.
So where?
Curved
How high are you when
horizon.
you see 400 miles, dude?
I told you earlier, I can see that from 10 miles out or 20 miles out. The distant mainland stretching over 400 miles. So,
I'm trying to ask, are you on a mountain?
no, I'm on a beach.
And you're looking at a mountain or an island
No,
that's 400
no.
miles away.
I'm looking at the landmass either 10 miles or 20 miles away. And at 10 miles, I can see the distant beach through my telescope or zoom camera. But the main argument we're talking about here is that distant landmass that stretches as far as I can see, well over 400 miles. There's no curvature. Now, in nature, that doesn't happen. It should be curving if we're on a ball.
Okay, you're loading questions.
Let me
and
finish.
what-
Let me finish. You're saying only straight in front of
loading
us
more.
do we see the effects of the curvature.
Over water.
Not
It's
left,
obstruction, dude.
not left to
It's
right,
obstruction.
but left to right. Why is it not curving?
Listen, we need to understand the difference between obstruction on the ground and seeing curvature.
There's
and
no
something
obstruction.
being obstructed.
Or you could just answer the question, why is there no visible curvature on a left to right horizon?
Because we're on a ball that's 25,000 miles in circumference. The
You're
degree
saying-
to which it
yeah,
would be falling. See, let me
listen,
answer.
No. Let
Let me
me come
answer.
in here. No, let me come in here.
The
You're
degree.
saying,
Okay, go ahead.
let me come in here. You're saying Earth
Go ahead.
is so small you can see the effects of a ship going over the edge. It's too big that we can't see a measurable curvature from left to right. Left to right, there is no
Okay.
proof of any curvature ever photographed, or even a painting, a photograph. You've never seen a horizon curving anywhere.
Listen, you're loading your questions so much that I mean, there's spy planes that you can look at the video that have curvature. There's NASA that has video. You said there's
I'm
no
not talking about
video
video. Listen,
or
I'm not talking
pictures
about,
of curvature.
I'm talking about observable proof.
Of course there are.
Hang on.
Observable proof yourself. You have not seen a distant horizon curving at the left to the right. Nobody has seen that, and it doesn't exist in nature. Whatever your videos you're referencing.
You want us to, you know, you want to invoke it when it's over a body of water straight out in front of you, because you know how perspective works and how, you know, the moisture content near is playing an effect. You know, so you want to invoke that you can see a ship going over a curve at 24 miles, yet we can see unobstructed from left to right up to hundreds of miles with no observable curvature. Right, so that doesn't equate. That you say we live in a cylinder.
Timothy's muted at the moment, mate. I'm
I'm trying to find a video for you guys. So the curvature is there. It's very, very slight.
I don't see the curvature.
There's a guy who did a video. You have to run a level line. He did it with a string, and you can actually see the curvature if you have enough altitude.
But I trust when it comes to seeing a curvature from left to right, I trust my own eyes, which I do a lot. But
here's an experiment you can do. Go up to the highest.
Epistemology, dude, don't do the experiment. Can you just tell them the degree to which?
Right, I'm getting tired of the discourtesy of these two guys, Dale. So I don't know what we want to do about
that. The problem is you guys underestimate how large the Earth is. Like,
I think part of the problem is you don't have the courtesy to let people answer a question. You're being divisive in the way that you're approaching this debate, and I find a grievance with that.
Yeah,
it's. I think the argument falls down when people claim to see boats going over the horizon.
I'm not sure what happened there. Did the hangout get sniped?
So anyway, epistemology, you still here? Where'd everyone go? Started muting me. I don't understand where you went. So if you guys want to deny everything that's right in front of your face, that's up to you. Go ahead and live in a little flat earth sophism cult movement. Be my guest, brother. But you know what? You're going to continue to chase your tails until kingdom comes, okay? So you can continue to deny everything, such as star trails or satellites or the sun and the moon actually setting within 5 minutes. You still haven't explained how that happens on a flat plane, sir. No one has, because they don't need to. They just want to continue to grasp at straws and talk nonsense. So you guys have fun with that. I'm going to continue to be in reality, where you can easily prove the Earth is not flat. Okay, guys? Thanks so much for having me on. I just, man, I've been on so many shows lately. I feel like I'm pretty much a flat earth celebrity. I would assume that I'm top brass by now. But, shit. Where'd you guys go anyway? Appreciate the invite, Shit.
Dude, there's no need to do that.
Fuck them.
There's no need to do that, man.
Well, they started muting us when we're trying to answer questions. Goodbye, sir. I'm trying to find my weed, and I'm having a tough time, guys. I got some hash plant here. A bit of Northern Lights. It's a very nice, very, very nice indica, heavy, about 90%. It's great. It actually helps me stay invigorated to fight the flat Earth troll movement. I call it the flat Earth sophism movement because basically you're a bunch of sophists. And you know, you had to leave for your heresy, my friend. So phase 6 is in full effect, flat earthers. I'm just letting you know. This has been long enough, guys. It's been long enough. When you stop believing in fairy tales, you've given up the white coats, quote unquote, for people on YouTube. So let's get some truth in our head brains instead of chasing our tails all goddamn day. You know what I'm saying? Anywho, I just wanted to show you guys this hash plant, you know. And also I have orange pants on, so just ignore that. It's fucking cold here. So let's get some truth in our head brains instead of chasing our tails all goddamn day. You know what I'm saying?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Where did everyone go in the chat?
What's that?
Where did everyone go in the chat?
I don't know. They wanted to see my bud though before they all got removed from the call.
Who removed them?
What's that?
Who removed them?
I don't know. I think it was Chris Truth Seeker. He's actually a Chris Baby Ruth Seeker. But anyway, I hope you guys figure out the whole flat Earth thing because it's really silly to squabble over the shape of the Earth while we're being raped, quite literally. So.
So who's raping us?
Well, the same people supposedly that are, you know, doing the whole shape of the Earth